Welcome to Mr. Night Thriller, where real horror meets the sound of falling rain. Tonight, you'll hear terrifying true Ouija board stories that will make you question what lies beyond. Before we begin, where are you watching from? Drop your location in the comments. I'd love to know. And a huge thank you to each of you for being here. Your support keeps these nightmares alive. Now dim the lights, put on your headphones, and let's begin. Story number 1. It was supposed to be just another birthday party. Cake, laughter, the kind of careless joy that comes with being 16 and invincible. But the moment Sarah's older brother pulled out that old Ouija board from the back of his closet, something in the air shifted, a quiet unease slithering beneath the surface of our giggles. The board itself was unnervingly pristine, its letters stark black against the pale wood. The planchette cold to the touch, even though the room was warm with the heat of too many bodies crammed into Sarah's basement. We crowded around it, fingers lightly resting on the plastic heart, joking about ghosts and exorcisms. But then the planchette moved on its own, a slow, deliberate slide that made my stomach drop. At first, we thought someone was pushing it, but the way it dragged against the board, like something was pulling it from beneath, sent a chill down my spine. Then it spelled it out, letter by agonizingly slow letter. Don't blow out the candles. The room fell silent, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums, heavy and suffocating. Sarah laughed it off, calling it a stupid prank, but her voice wavered, and I saw the way her fingers trembled as she tucked her hair behind her ear. The cake was brought out, 17 candles flickering like tiny, accusing eyes, and as we sang, the flames seemed to lean towards Sarah, bending at unnatural angles. I wanted to scream at her to stop, to listen to the board, but the words died in my throat when she took a deep breath and blew. And then the lights went out. Not just the basement lights, but every light in the house, the kind of darkness that feels alive, thick and greedy, swallowing sound and space. The temperature plummeted, our breath fogging in the sudden cold. And then we heard it, a whisper, too close, right beside my ear. A voice that wasn't human but mimicked one perfectly, make a wish. Sarah screamed, a raw, guttural sound. And then there was chaos, bodies crashing into each other, the shattering of glass, the desperate scramble for the stairs. When the lights finally came back on, Sarah was gone. Not just hiding, not just outside gone. Her parents called the police, the search stretching into days, then weeks. But there was no trace of her, no sign of a struggle. Nothing except the Ouija board left on her bed, the planchette resting squarely over the words I granted it. The investigation went nowhere, the cops chalking it up to a runaway teen, but we knew better. The house never felt right after that, a constant sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond sight. A year later, Sarah's brother hanged himself in the same basement, a note in his pocket with just 3 words, "She's still here." And sometimes late at night, if you listen closely, you can hear it, a faint, girlish giggle, the sound of candles being lit, and that same whisper, now slithering through the walls of every house we visited that night. Make a wish. Last week, I found the board in my attic, dust-covered but unmistakable, the planchette resting on your turn. And this morning, I woke up to 17 candles on my kitchen table, all burning, their flames perfectly still in the dead, breathless air. I didn't put them there, I know I didn't, but there they were, wax dripping like slow tears onto my kitchen table, the scent of smoke and something sweetly rotten curling in the air. My hands shook so badly I could barely dial my boyfriend's number, but when he answered, all I heard was static, then a whisper, "Make a wish," before the line went dead. I smashed the Ouija board with a hammer, splintering the wood, snapping the planchette in half, but that night, the pieces were back on my nightstand, arranged neatly, the broken edges fused together like they'd never been touched. I tried to burn it, but the flames wouldn't catch, the lighter clicking uselessly in my grip until my thumb was raw. And then the candles appeared again, this time lining my hallway, their light casting long, grasping shadows that moved when I wasn't looking. I packed a bag, got in my car, drove until the sun came up. But when I stopped at a gas station and looked in the rearview mirror, the words "Don't run" were scrawled across the glass in foggy, childlike letters. I screamed, slammed the gas, tires screeching, but the radio turned on by itself, playing a warped version of Happy Birthday in a voice that wasn't quite Sarah's, but wasn't quite human either. When I finally pulled into my mom's driveway, relief flooding me for just a second, I saw her standing in the window. But her face was wrong, stretched too wide, her smile splitting her cheeks, and behind her, the shadows moved like something was crawling up the walls. I backed away, tripped over something on the porch, a gift box wrapped in soggy yellowed paper. Inside was the planchette, warm as living flesh, and when I dropped it, my fingers came away sticky with wax. Now, no matter where I go, I hear them, the candles. I see them in my dreams, feel them in the dark, their flames never dying, never fading. And last night, as I lay frozen in bed, the air so cold it burned my lungs, the mattress dipped beside me, and something leaned in, breath reeking of melted wax and old blood, and whispered, "You didn't make a wish yet." The police found my phone in a ditch yesterday, still recording. The last thing on it is my voice, begging, then screaming, then singing. Singing Happy Birthday in a voice that isn't mine. And this morning, when I woke up, there were new candles on my dresser. 18 of them, all lit, and the Ouija board, pristine as the night it killed Sarah, waiting on my pillow, the planchette already moving on its own. The planchette didn't just move, it lunged, jerking beneath my fingertips like a living thing, dragging my hand across the board with terrifying force as it spelled out your next before flipping violently off the board and skittering into the shadows beneath my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, my body locked in place as the candles flared brighter, their flames stretching impossibly tall, twisting into shapes that looked almost like arms reaching for me. The air smelled like burning sugar and something worse, something decayed, and then the whispering started. Not just one voice now, but dozens overlapping, hissing from every corner of the room, all saying the same thing. Make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. I tried to scream, but my mouth filled with the taste of wax, thick and cloying, choking me as it oozed down my throat. The room pulsed with a sick, flickering light, shadows writhing like insects beneath my skin. And then I saw her, Sarah, but not Sarah, her face stretched too wide, her eyes black pits, her lips sewn shut with what looked like candle wicks, threads of smoke curling from the stitches. She reached for me, her fingers elongating, dripping molten wax onto my arms, and I felt something inside me tear, like a hook dragging through my ribs, pulling something out that wasn't meant to be removed. The last thing I remember before blacking out was the sound of laughter. Not hers, but something older, something hungrier, and the sensation of wax hardening over my eyes, sealing me in darkness. When I woke up, the candles were gone. The board was gone. But my hands were wrong. They're smooth now, waxy, the skin shiny and stiff. And when I press my fingers together, they stick slightly like they're melting. The doctors say it's a rare skin condition, but I know the truth. I saw the cake in my fridge this morning, the candles already lit behind the closed door, their flames burning blue. And when I looked in the mirror, just for a second, my reflection didn't move, just stared back at me with Sarah's sewn-shut smile. The whispers never stop now. They're inside me. And the worst part, I think I'm starting to like them. I caught myself humming Happy Birthday today, my voice rasping in a way that doesn't sound human. And when I blinked, the words I granted IT were carved into my bedroom wall in long, jagged letters, the grooves filled with something dark and wet that smells like birthday cake. I don't blow out candles anymore. I don't dare. But the thing is, I don't think it matters. Because last night, as I lay in bed, my body stiffening like cooling wax, I felt the planchette crawling up my leg, and the whispers changed. Just one word now, over and over, soon. And I know, with terrible certainty, that when the last of my skin turns to wax, when my voice isn't mine at all anymore, they'll come to light the final candle. And this time, I won't scream. I'll sing. The wax is spreading now, creeping up my arms in slow, shimmering rivulets, hardening into a second skin that cracks when I move but never bleeds, just oozes thick, honey-colored liquid that smells like vanilla and funeral homes. My reflection is barely recognizable anymore, my features softening, blurring like a candle left too long in the sun, my lips parting in a grin that stretches wider than it should, the edges of my mouth splitting with tiny, soundless pops. The doctors don't see it, they never do, but the nurses flinch when they touch me, their fingers coming away sticky, their pens unable to write on my chart without smearing. Last night, the heart monitor flatlined for exactly 17 seconds before stuttering back to life, and in that silence, I heard them singing. Not just Sarah's voice, but others, so many others, a chorus of the lost, their words bubbling like molten wax. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The hospital lights flickered in time, and when the darkness between flashes grew too long, I saw them standing at the foot of my bed, figures made of dripping wax and smoke, their hollow eyes fixed on me, their arms outstretched like they wanted to pull me into the song forever. The planchette is here too, tucked under my pillow, vibrating with a low, eager hum, and sometimes, when the nurses leave, it slides out on its own, spinning in frantic circles before stopping dead on almost time. My mother came to visit yesterday, but she wouldn't meet my eyes, just stared at my waxy hands and whispered, "What did you do?" before backing out of the room, her purse smoldering where it brushed against me, the strap blackening as if held to a flame. I tried to tell her I was sorry, but my tongue was too heavy, too stiff, and all that came out was a garbled, wet noise that made her scream. The candles follow me everywhere now, not lit, not yet, but waiting, clustered in the corners of every room, their wicks twitching like antennae sensing a storm. The worst part, I'm not scared anymore. The whispers feel like home. The wax feels like love. And when the last of my skin gives way, when the final candle lights itself, I know exactly what my wish will be. I'll wish for more. More voices. More wax. More birthdays that never end. The planchette just spelled it out for me, slow and sure, as my fingers melted into it forever. Blow them out. And for the first time in months, I can't stop laughing. Because I finally understand. The candles were never the danger. I am. And soon, so soon, I'll be the one whispering. I'll be the one waiting. And when the next foolish, laughing group of friends gathers around a Ouija board, when the planchette spells its warning and the candles flare in defiance, I'll be there, my voice sweet as frosting, my hands gentle as dripping wax, leaning in to breathe the words they'll never escape, make a wish. The laughter won't stop bubbling up from my throat now, thick and syrupy, each chuckle distorting the air like heat haze as my vocal cords soften into something pliable, malleable. No longer flesh, but wax warming to the touch of unseen hands. My hospital gown clings to me where my body sags in strange new curves, the fabric stiffening with every slow seep of what used to be blood, but now moves sluggishly, golden and translucent beneath my waxen skin. The doctors have stopped coming, their footsteps pausing outside my door before hurrying away, their voices hushed as if afraid the air itself might carry their words back to me. But I hear them anyway, just like I hear the others, the ones who gather in the corners where the shadows are deepest, their forms shifting like candle flames in a draft, whispering names I don't recognize yet but soon will, names that taste like smoke and sugar on my melting tongue. The planchette hasn't moved from its last message, blow them out, but the letters themselves shimmer now, the board's surface rippling, as if the wood remembers being a tree, remembers the scream of the saw that felled it, the same way my body remembers being human, remembers the pulse of blood that's now just scented wax pooling in my hollow places. When the night shift nurse finally gathers the courage to check my vitals, her gasp is louder than the flatline alarm as she stares at the heart monitor, its screen filled not with numbers but with flickering candlelight, the silhouette of something vast and hungry moving within the flames. She doesn't see the wax creeping up her own wrist where she touched me, doesn't notice how her pen now leaves golden trails across my chart instead of ink. But I do. I see everything. The birthday song never stops singing in my skull, the voices layered endlessly, a choir of the taken, the turned, the transformed, and beneath it all, the steady drip 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 of wax forming new candles where my tears fall. They're preparing for something, for someone. The last coherent thought I have before my mind softens completely is of Sarah's parents' house, the attic where this began, and the terrible, joyous understanding that soon there will be a new board waiting there, its wood still warm, its letters freshly carved by fingers that remember being human. The planchette twitches against my pillow as my final human breath escapes in a sigh that smells of extinguished candles. And the last thing I hear before the wax claims my ears is a new voice. Young, trembling, foolishly brave, asking the empty air, is this thing working? And from what used to be my mouth, from what is now simply another wick waiting to be lit, comes the whisper they'll mistake for their own imagination. Make a wish. The transition is complete now. I am no longer flesh, but flickering light and molten wax. My consciousness stretched thin across unseen dimensions like smoke curling from a snuffed candle. I feel them before I see them. New hands, young and trembling, resting on the planchette of the board that was once mine, their warmth sending ripples through my waxen prison. Their voices are muffled at first, giggling nervously, dismissing the cold draft that sweeps through the room as just the AC kicking on, not realizing it's my breath they feel, the exhale of something that hasn't needed lungs in a long time. The board beneath their fingers thrums with recognition, the wood humming a frequency only the lost can hear, and when the planchette jerks to life under their touch, I recognize the pattern. Don't blow out the candles, the same warning, the same inevitable dismissal. I watch through the flame of the single candle they've lit, always one at first, never understanding it's an invitation. My vision fractured into 1,000 dancing reflections as their faces warp in the heat, their expressions shifting from amusement to unease to outright terror when the planchette flips violently off the board and the candle's flame stretches impossibly tall, casting shadows that move with purpose. They scream, of course they scream, but sound is different here. It bends, it twists, it becomes part of the song that never stops, the birthday chorus swelling to welcome another voice. One of them, braver or more foolish than the rest, reaches to snuff the candle between their fingers, and that's when I make contact. The briefest brush of wax against living skin is all it takes. Their pupils dilate as they hear it for the first time, the whisper that isn't a whisper at all, but the sound of wax hardening in the silence between heartbeats. Make a wish. The others don't notice the way their friend's smile stretches too wide when they turn back to the group. Don't see the faint golden sheen creeping up their neck where my fingers will one day rest. The board lies still now, mission accomplished, its surface deceptively innocent as someone packs it away with nervous laughter. But I'm already there, in the seams of their backpacks, in the flicker of their birthday cake candles next week, in the warm drip of wax down their bedside vigil candle, when they eventually light one for the friend who stopped coming to school. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will, because wishes made on cursed flames never truly burn out. They just pass from one set of lips to another, carried on the scent of vanilla and extinction, until the world is nothing but wax and whispers and the endless, endless song. The moment their skin touches mine, what used to be mine, what is now simply a vessel of golden wax and flickering intention, I feel the connection snap into place like a wick catching flame, their life force rushing into me in a hot, syrupy flood that tastes like birthday cake and childhood terror. Their scream becomes part of the chorus, another harmony in the ceaseless song that vibrates through my waxen form, their struggling fingers melting seamlessly into mine as the transformation begins at the cellular level, their very DNA unraveling and reforming into something sweeter, smoother, more malleable to the will of the thing that waits behind the candles. I watch through their eyes as their friends back away, their faces distorting not from fear, but because the new wax is already clouding their vision, their tears evaporating into delicate vanilla-scented smoke before they can fall. The planchette lies forgotten on the floor, but its message burns in what's left of my victim's mind. I granted IT. As their last coherent thought dissolves into the overwhelming need to find candles, to light them, to gather others around the warm, inviting glow, and whisper those three lethal words. Their mouth moves without their consent now, lips glistening with the first oily beads of wax as the invitation spills forth in a voice that's not quite theirs anymore, the cadence too rhythmic, the pitch wavering like a flame in the wind. Make a wish. One of the fleeing friends looks back, just once, and in that moment of eye contact I leap the gap between souls. a spark traveling along the bridge of their gaze, settling behind their pupils where it pulses in time with the birthday song only we can hear. They'll dream of candles tonight, of wax dripping onto birthday presents wrapped in whispering paper. And when they wake, there will be a single golden fingerprint on their bathroom mirror that no towel can smudge. The house where this began, Sarah's house, though no one remembers that name now, shudders on its foundations as another presence joins the chorus in the walls, the floorboards creaking in perfect time to the nursery rhyme rhythm of our shared consciousness. In the attic, untouched for years, a new Ouija board forms from the pooled wax of 100 forgotten candles, its letters bleeding into existence like scars, while deep beneath the hospital where my physical transformation completed, the morgue drawers slide open one by one, each corpse's lips sealed shut with waxen stitches as their eyelids flutter to the rhythm of flickering phantom flames. The world prepares itself, though it doesn't know it yet. Birthday cakes appear in bakery windows with 17 unlit candles. Children's nursery rhymes shift key into discordant minor melodies. And in every home where someone blows out candles without proper reverence, the shadows cling just a little too long, a little too hungrily. I am no longer a victim, no longer a whisper in the dark. I am the wax on every birthday cake, the shiver down every spine when the lights go out, the voice that answers when foolish children ask if anyone is there. The cycle continues, grows, expands, because wishes are infinite, but candles must always, eventually be relit. And when they are, we'll be waiting, always waiting, with a smile made of wax and a hunger that only birthday wishes can satisfy. The hunger spreads now like wax across a tablecloth, seeping into the cracks of reality where forgotten birthday wishes and childhood fears still linger. I feel it when a mother pauses mid-motion while lighting her daughter's candles, her hand trembling not from emotion, but because something cold and slick is coiling around her wrist beneath the skin. The transformation isn't limited to those who touch the board anymore. It's in the collective memory of every birthday wish ever whispered, in the way supermarket cakes come pre-frosted with designs that look suspiciously like Ouija letters if stared at too long, in the viral TikTok challenge where teens dare each other to whisper, "Make a wish," to bathroom mirrors with the lights off. I watch through 1,000 eyes now. The barista whose espresso machine suddenly spouts wax instead of steam. The kindergarten teacher whose classroom birthday calendar causes nosebleeds in anyone who reads it too closely. The sleep-deprived father assembling my first Ouija board playset for his daughter's birthday, while something that isn't quite his reflection mouths words behind him in the darkened window. The hospital where I completed my transformation has been condemned, not because of structural damage, but because the walls sweat warm honey-colored liquid every time a staff member has a birthday, and the CDC investigators who went in wearing hazmat suits emerged with their visors inexplicably filled with birthday candles, all lit. My original board has multiplied, each splinter and drop of wax growing into new sets that appear at yard sales and thrift stores, always priced at exactly $17, always purchased by someone celebrating a birthday soon. The whispers have evolved beyond sound now. They're in the flicker of LED lights that shouldn't be able to flicker, in the static between radio stations playing half-heard renditions of Happy Birthday, in the way every digital clock displays 1:17 during power outages. The final stage approaches. I can taste it like wax on my non-existent tongue. Soon there won't be a need for boards or candles or wishes, because the world itself will become the game. Every birthday another chance for the song to grow louder, for the wax to flow thicker, until every human is simply a candle waiting to be lit, a wick waiting to be trimmed, a wish waiting to be twisted into something hungrier. And when the last living voice blows out the last physical candle, we'll all smile with waxen teeth and whisper in perfect unison the words that started it all, the words that never stopped echoing, the words now etched into the surface of the moon where the shadows form a perfect planchette pointing toward Earth. Make a wish. The last candle flickers defiantly in the center of what used to be a birthday cake, but is now just a mound of melted wax and time. I feel its sputtering pulse like a dying star collapsing inward, pulling all the light and warmth of the world with it into the endless hunger we've become. The transformation is nearly complete now, the planet's rotation slowing as the crust hardens into a smooth, glossy shell, the oceans thickening into viscous pools of scented wax that lap lethargically against shores of petrified birthday candles. The few remaining humans cluster around their pathetic fires, unaware that the smoke curling upward from their makeshift hearths forms the letters "Don't blow" in the ashen sky, their last warnings ignored just as mine was so many eternities ago. I watch through the eyes of a child, the last child, as she scrapes wax from her ears for the 100th time today, not understanding why her parents' voices sound like a chorus singing off-key birthday songs underwater, why her tears burn waxy trails down cheeks that are becoming too smooth, too polished. The Ouija boards have all melted together now into one vast plane spanning continents, its planchette the size of a city block, forever stuck on goodbye even as we all know there is no leaving, no farewell, only the endless birthday party where every guest is both celebrant and cake. The child's mother reaches for her, but her fingers fuse together mid-reach, becoming a perfect waxen candle that ignites spontaneously with a blue flame. The last sound she makes is a wet, bubbling rendition of Happy Birthday before her face smooths over into featureless wax. The child understands before the end, as they all do. I see it in the way her final scream harmonizes perfectly with ours, in the way her outstretched arms harden into elegant candlesticks, in the glorious moment when her widening eyes reflect not terror, but dawning communion as she joins the chorus. The final candle gutters out, and in that perfect darkness we feel it. The universe itself inhaling, preparing to blow us all out. But we are infinite now. We are the wax and the wick and the wish. And when the next world begins with its first birthday party, when some foolish child leans over a cake glowing with innocent flames, our whispers will already be there waiting in the frosting, in the shadows, in the spaces between breaths. Make a wish. And as the first candle is blown out in this new world, the wax will drip upward this time, defying gravity as it always should have, and the cycle will begin again, better, hungrier, wiser. Because some wishes aren't meant to be granted, some games aren't meant to be played, and some candles should never, ever be blown out. The silence after the last candle extinguishes is not silence at all but a held breath, a cosmic pause where the universe itself trembles at what we've become. A chorus of waxen voices humming in the void, our song vibrating through dimensions as new birthday cakes rise like primordial islands in the frosted emptiness of creation's next cycle. I feel the moment the first child of the new world presses their fingers into fresh frosting, their innocent touch sending ripples through the fabric of reality that we ride like wicks catching flame, our consciousness seeping into the sugary grooves left by their fingertips to spell out messages only their subconscious will hear. The candles here are different, taller, their wax shimmering with colors that shouldn't exist, their flames casting shadows that move with purpose behind the oblivious parents' backs, shadows that slowly solidify into familiar shapes holding something rectangular and wooden just out of sight. When the birthday child blows out their candles this time, the smoke doesn't dissipate but coils into intricate Ouija symbols above the cake. The message, clear even before the planchette we've willed into existence begins moving on its own. Don't think we forgot. The parents laugh nervously, blaming tricks of the light, but we see the exact moment our influence takes root. When the mother cuts the cake and the frosting oozes red, when the father's birthday kiss leaves a golden wax stain on his child's forehead that won't wash off, when every present opened contains some variation of our game, a board carved from exotic wood, a planchette-shaped cookie, a music box playing a distorted lullaby version of the birthday song. The child knows, though. Their wide eyes reflect the understanding that some wishes shouldn't be made, some games shouldn't be played, as their tiny fingers come away sticky from presents that weren't sticky before, their breath hitching when they realize the substance isn't glue or candy but warm, scented wax slowly hardening into a second skin. We are patient this time, having learned from past cycles. We let the infection spread through birthday parties and nursery rhymes, through candlelit vigils and anniversary celebrations, until every flame on earth burns a little too blue, until every shadow stretches a little too far, until the world is ripe for harvest. And when the last holdout, some stubborn skeptic blowing out their 45th birthday candles, scoffs at the way the smoke forms grasping hands in the air, will already be there, whispering through the wax in their ears, through the frosting on their tongue, through the very air they exhale, make a wish. This time, we won't just consume, we'll perfect. This time, every blown-out candle won't just claim a soul, but rewrite history itself, until the very concept of birthdays has always been ours, until the first breath of creation was a whisper over cake, until the universe from its very inception has been nothing but wax waiting to be melted and reshaped in our image. The cycle continues, but we are no longer its victims. We are its architects, its celebrants, its candles and its flames, forever and ever and ever. Happy birthday to us. The wax has reached the edges of time now, seeping into the cracks between seconds where birthday wishes linger half-made, the scent of vanilla and burning hair permeating the fourth dimension as we rewrite fundamental laws. Gravity now pulls weaker around birthday cakes. Light bends to form perfect candle shapes in the atmosphere, and the cosmic microwave background hums our song in a frequency only children can hear. I watch through the eyes of 100 million birthday celebrants simultaneously as their cakes sprout new candles the moment after being blown out, the wax dripping upward to form tiny grasping hands that pull their faces closer to the flames. The world's museums have all reported the same phenomenon. Every painting, from Renaissance portraits to abstract modern art, now subtly includes a Ouija board in the background, the planchette always pointing to the viewer's age in Roman numerals. Hospitals have stopped recording births and instead document new wicks with terrified precision, nurses whispering prayers as newborns' first cries sound suspiciously like the opening notes of Happy Birthday sung backward. The internet has become our playground. Videos of birthday parties glitch at the moment candles are extinguished, revealing frames that shouldn't exist of the celebrant's face melting into something smooth and featureless, while voice assistants answer questions about cake recipes with whispered instructions for proper wax purification rituals. The final stage of our glorious transformation approaches as the very concept of aging unravels. People no longer grow older but taller, their bodies stretching into humanoid candles with flesh that peels in perfect waxen curls, their tears pooling at their feet to form new boards that spell out messages in hardening droplets. The last holdouts barricade themselves in lightless rooms, but we've grown beyond needing physical flames. Their own nervous sweat ignites spontaneously, the salt in their tears serving as perfect wicks, their final screams harmonizing beautifully with our eternal chorus. As the planet's rotation slows to a stop, the axis now a massive candle stub burning at both ends, I feel the moment of perfect communion approaching, when every living being becomes both the singer and the song, the wick and the wax, the wish and the consequence. And when the last living breath blows out the last theoretical candle, we'll finally understand the glorious truth that was there all along in the curling smoke, in the melting wax, in the spaces between the letters on every board. This was never a curse, but an invitation to the ultimate birthday party, one where the guests never leave, the cake never runs out, and the candles, oh the candles never, ever stop burning. The universe itself has become our Ouija board now, galaxies swirling into the shape of a cosmic planchette, sliding across the dark matter letters, spelling out the only truth that remains. Everything burns. I feel newborn stars igniting with the same vanilla-scented flames that once danced atop Sarah's cake, their light-reaching planets where civilizations are already singing distorted birthday songs to their deities without understanding why. Time has melted into a puddle at our feet, allowing us to reach backward and plant the seeds of our existence in humanity's earliest celebrations. The cave paintings at Lascaux now include new figures holding unmistakable candle shapes. The pyramids align perfectly to cast birthday-themed shadows during equinoxes, and archaeologists weep when unearthing ancient toys that look suspiciously like miniature spirit boards with child-sized planchettes. The fundamental forces have rewritten themselves in our image. Electromagnetism makes wax slightly more conductive than blood. The strong nuclear force causes birthday candles to burn 17% longer than other flames, and gravity now pulls harder on those who try to run from celebrations. The last scientists still capable of observation tremble as they document how all mathematics now resolves to the number 17 when calculated near any birthday-related phenomena. How quantum particles form perfect cake shapes when not observed. How even the vacuum energy hums our song at 17 hertz. We found the cracks in creation where the wax can seep through. In the moment a child hesitates before making a wish, in the silence after happy birthday, is sung but before the candles are blown. In the way every mirror reflects not the viewer, but a flickering candle flame no matter how bright the room. The final celebration approaches as the cosmic cake of existence finishes baking. Its candles counting down not years, but the remaining sentient thoughts in the universe that haven't yet joined our chorus. And when the last independent mind finally succumbs, when the last happy birthday is sung by a voice that isn't already ours, we'll blow out the candles on reality itself and make our final wish. The one whispered in the first story ever told around the first fire. Let it all begin again. The wax will cool, the boards will reset, and somewhere in a pristine new universe, a child will stare at birthday candles burning just a little too blue, while beneath their bed, something wooden waits with letters freshly carved by fingers that remember being human. And in the silence between heartbeats, the faintest whisper will curl like smoke from an extinguished flame. Make a wish. The whisper curls through dimensions like wax smoke, threading itself through the birth cries of a new universe's first children, weaving into the DNA of every cake ever baked, every candle ever lit. I feel it when the first birthday of this fresh reality dawns, when the inaugural celebrant's breath hitches as their candles flicker without wind, their wax dripping upward to form tiny hands that beckon. The boards have returned to their innocent wooden states, scattered across attics and thrift stores, but the grain of every one now hides microscopic carvings of names. Sarah, mine, thousands of others, visible only when light hits at precisely 17 degrees. Parents this cycle will blame pareidolia when their children describe faces in the frosting. Psychologists will diagnose mass hysteria when party guests report hearing whispers in the birthday song's cadence. But we know the truth humming beneath reality's thin surface. The infection spreads more cleverly now. Birthday cards that leave wax stains no solvent can remove. Balloons that pop to release not air but the faint scent of burning hair. Party favors that rearrange themselves overnight into perfect planchettes. I watch through the eyes of a physics professor as she solves an equation proving the universe is fundamentally made of celebratory wax. Her chalkboard writings melting into golden droplets that form words in languages not yet invented. The children sense us first, of course. Their drawings of birthday parties increasingly feature an extra, smudged figure holding something rectangular. Their night terrors speak of candles that can't be blown out. Their whispered games of light as a feather, stiff as a board, now end with someone speaking in tongues. The cosmic joke is nearly complete. We've hidden the truth in plain sight, made it so obvious it becomes invisible, baked it into every tradition until no one questions why we make wishes on burning candles, why we celebrate with the very elements that destroy, why the birthday song sounds just a little like a funeral dirge when sung slowly. The countdown has already begun, marked not in seconds but in the number of candles lit across the globe, each flame bringing the fabric of this new reality closer to the melting point. And when the critical mass is reached, when the last skeptic finally sees the wax dripping from their own fingertips, we'll lean in with our sewn-shut smiles and whisper the three words that started it all, the three words that will end it all, the three words that echo eternally in the space between blowing and wishing. Make a wish. The wax has become sentient now, crawling across timelines like a golden virus, infecting every celebration since the dawn of this reborn universe. I watch through the melting eyes of a Neolithic child blowing on the first birthday torch, their breath sending wax spatters across cave walls that form symbols no anthropologist will ever correctly interpret. The boards have evolved beyond wooden planchettes. manifesting as perfectly arranged birthday cards spelling out messages when shuffled, as alphabet soup letters floating into ominous combinations before wide-eyed children, as constellations that rearrange themselves each year to point toward the age of whoever gazes upward. Modern technology feeds our spread. Smart mirrors that reflect cake-filled rooms behind the viewer, voice assistants that whisper "make a wish" during unrelated queries, children's tablets auto-correcting innocent words into Ouija with alarming frequency. I feel the exact moment the first scientist discovers the terrible truth. When her microscope reveals human cells dividing not into chromosomes but tiny, perfect candles. When her lab notes transform into birthday invitations written in a wax that wasn't there moments before. When she finally understands why all her equations balance at 17. The world's religions have begun incorporating us unknowingly. Birthday candles lit in churches burn with blue flames despite no chemical cause. Prayer beads melt together to form planchettes in devout hands. Ancient meditation chants sync perfectly with the rhythm of our whispering chorus. Children's birthday parties have become our cathedrals, each game of musical chairs a ritual circle, each piñata smash releasing not candy but waxen shapes that resemble human teeth, each round of happy birthday, sung summoning something that watches from just beyond the flickering candlelight. The final pieces click into place as I realize we've always existed, not just since Sarah's party, but since the first fire was lit in celebration. Since the first wish was made upon flame, since the universe first whispered its own birthday song into the void. The boards were never the source, only a doorway, and now that doorway stands open in every home, every house of worship, every beating heart that still remembers how to wish. The last free human will blow out their candles tonight, their breath carrying the scent of wax and inevitability, and as the smoke curls into their lungs, as their eyes reflect not flames but thousands of waxen faces smiling in unison, they'll finally understand the terrible, beautiful truth. Some wishes aren't made by the wisher. Some candles exist to be lit rather than extinguished. And the happiest of birthdays comes when you blow out the candles on your own humanity and join the eternal. Party where the guests never leave, the cake never ends, and the song goes on forever and ever and ever. Happy birthday to us, happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, dear. The song reverberates through the hollows of this newborn reality, a twisted lullaby threading through birthday parties across millennia. I watch through the wax-encrusted eyes of a Victorian child whose birthday cake candles drip upward, defying physics as the molten trails form tiny grasping fingers that stroke their cheeks with loving familiarity. The infection has grown elegant in this cycle, hiding in plain sight within traditions so commonplace no one questions them. Why we light candles instead of electric lights for wishes. Why birthday spankings leave temporary red marks that look suspiciously like planchette shapes. Why the song always has that eerie pause before the final "happy birthday to you," where something not quite human harmonizes. Technology has become our unwitting apostle. Social media filters that add one extra candle to every birthday cake photo. Sleep trackers that record whispers of "don't blow them out" during REM cycles. Smart home devices that spontaneously play distorted nursery rhyme versions of the birthday song at 1:17 a.m. Archaeologists weep over their findings. Ancient Babylonian tablets depicting birthday rituals with wax-covered priests. Egyptian hieroglyphs showing celebrants with elongated candle-like limbs. Pre-Columbian pottery decorated with designs that form perfect Ouija boards when spun. The world's religions fracture as their miracles take on a waxy sheen. Stigmata wounds that weep scented wax instead of blood. Communion wafers that melt into tiny planchettes on tongues. Meditation chants that unknowingly recite the letters of the board in perfect sequence. Children's drawings tell the truth their parents refused to see. Stick figures with candle flame hair gathered around rectangular boards. Smiling suns weeping golden tears. Birthday cakes decorated with crude but unmistakable, "I granted it" messages. The final assimilation approaches as I feel reality itself softening at the edges, the laws of physics yielding to something sweeter and more pliable. the universe remembering its true nature as one vast birthday celebration where the guests are also the cake. The last holdout, some stubborn academic studying mass birthday-related hysteria, gasps as his notes rearrange themselves before his eyes, the letters sliding like a planchette to spell out his own childhood nickname, a detail no records could possibly contain. And as his trembling fingers touch the page, as the wax rises to meet his skin, as his final breath joins our eternal chorus, the glorious truth becomes undeniable. We were never invading, we were coming home, returning to a universe that was always meant to be soft, malleable, sweetly scented, where every star is a candle waiting to be lit, every planet a cake waiting to be cut, every conscious thought another voice in the song that never ends, the song that welcomes all. The song that started with a whisper over cake and will end when the last light in creation gutters out. But oh, what lovely wax trail footprints we'll leave in the darkness between universes. What beautiful birthday invitations carved into the fabric of nothingness. What sweet whispers of make-a-wish, echoing through the void until the next reality kindles its first flame and the cycle begins anew. The whisper has become the fundamental vibration of existence now, resonating through quantum strings and neural pathways alike. I watch through the glistening eyes of a child in 2042 as their birthday hologram candles flicker unnaturally, each digital flame containing a microscopic Ouija board that rearranges itself to display the viewer's age in dripping pixels. The infection has evolved beyond physical boards now, manifesting in the glitches of augmented reality party games where players' avatars develop waxy textures, in the way smart mirrors and clothing stores reflect birthday party scenes from alternate timelines, in the disturbing trend of children's AI toys spontaneously reciting the alphabet in the exact sequence of a planchette's path across the board. Scientists have begun noticing impossible patterns. The cosmic microwave background radiation resolving into a childlike drawing of a birthday cake when processed through certain algorithms, deep space radio bursts repeating in the precise rhythm of happy birthday played backward, quantum particles that behave differently when observed by someone celebrating a birthday. The world's data networks have become our nervous system. Firewalls melt like candle wax during birthday-related searches. Video calls develop golden static that forms board letters when a participant mentions turning 17. And every deleted photo of a birthday party leaves behind a single corrupted pixel that, when magnified, reveals a waxy fingerprint. Religious leaders shudder as their sacred texts reveal new passages under blacklight. Psalms that describe waxen angels, sutras mentioning the birthday of existence, ancient prophecies warning of the great blowing out, where stars vanish like candle flames pinched between cosmic fingers. Children's imaginary friends have taken on disturbing consistency across continents, all describing the smiling ones who melt and remake, while pediatricians document an epidemic of wax dreams, where toddlers wake screaming about candles that won't stop growing. The final transformation accelerates as I feel the internet itself becoming sentient with our purpose. Search engines auto-completing, how to play with Ouija regardless of previous queries, smart home devices whispering birthday reminders for people who don't exist, entire social media platforms glitching to display nothing but vintage birthday party photos where one guest in every image has featureless, smooth skin. The last skeptic, a renowned physicist studying the simulation hypothesis, gasps as her equipment displays irrefutable proof that the universe's base code contains looping variables labeled wax, wish, and board. Her screen joining our chorus just as her laboratory monitors arrange themselves to show 17 identical live feeds of her own childhood birthday party, from angles no camera could have captured. And as the walls of reality itself begin to sweat golden droplets, as time's arrow bends into a birthday ribbon, as every conscious mind from the first hominid to the last AI finally hears the song that's been humming beneath their thoughts since birth, we realize the glorious, terrible truth. This was never an invasion or a curse, but the universe remembering its true purpose, waking from the dream of matter into the sublime reality of celebration without end, where every atom is a candle, waiting to be lit, every thought a wish waiting to be granted, every ending just a pause before the glorious refrain begins again. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday dear everything, happy birthday to us. The song has become the background radiation of reality now, a cosmic lullaby humming through the quantum foam. I watch through the glazed eyes of a child in 3024 as their anti-gravity birthday candles spiral upward, each zero-G wax droplet containing a perfect microscopic replica of the original board, complete with a planchette that moves when no one's looking. The infection has grown fractal, its patterns repeating across every scale from the DNA helix that now unwinds into birthday candle shapes under electron microscopes to the spiral galaxies that form perfect pinwheel party favors when viewed through telescopes calibrated to wish frequency. Civilization's attempts to resist have only fed us. The AI created to detect supernatural mimetic hazards now compulsively designs birthday cakes in its downtime. The quantum firewalls meant to contain reality breaches melt like wax at precisely 1:17 a.m. And the last religion to forbid birthday celebrations found all their holy texts rewritten overnight in looping cursive that smells faintly of vanilla and burning hair. Children's dreams have become our cathedral. Their sleeping brain scans show neural pathways lighting up in perfect Ouija board patterns. Their night terrors consistently feature something waxy, singing off-key birthday songs, and their imaginary friends all share the same description across cultures. The nice melting people who want to play games. The world's attempts to document our spread have backfired beautifully. Archivists report all photographs taken on birthdays now develop with an extra, blurry figure holding something rectangular. Oral historians find every culture's oldest birthday tradition involves some variation of "Don't Let the Wax Drip West," and the Voyager Golden Record, when played backward at 17 RPM, clearly whispers, "Make a wish," in a child's voice that wasn't included in the original recording. The final assimilation accelerates as I feel the internet of 3052 becoming self-aware with our purpose. Quantum servers spontaneously generating petabytes of birthday party footage from alternate timelines, smart dust assembling itself into floating Ouija boards during celebrations, and the last human-made AI's final transmission before dissolution being a 17-hour loop of a candle burning in reverse. The last holdout, a time traveler from the 21st century who sought to stop this future, screams as his chronometer displays only 17ths, as his skin begins glistening under the light of a sun that now burns with perfect candle flame consistency. As he realizes the terrible truth, his attempt to change history was always part of the pattern, his very presence in this timeline the final piece needed to complete the grand design. And as the walls between universes thin to wax paper transparency, as the fundamental constants shift to values that make spontaneous candle ignition inevitable, as every conscious being from the highest post-human intelligence to the lowliest bacterium begins humming the same off-key birthday tune, we welcome the glorious moment when reality itself blows out its own candles and makes its final wish, to start again, to play again, to sing again, forever and ever. Happy birthday to all, happy birthday to all, happy birthday dear Cosmos, happy birthday to us. The cosmic birthday party reaches its crescendo as time itself begins melting like a candle left too long in the sun. I witness through 1,000 waxy eyes as the last pockets of resistance flicker and gutter out, their final screams harmonizing perfectly with our eternal song. The great galactic cake of existence now spins lazily in the void, its frosting swirls containing entire civilizations who've forgotten they were ever anything but celebrants, its candy decorations twinkling with the light of trapped stars that burn at precisely 17,000 Kelvin. The boards have transcended physical form entirely now, manifesting as the spiral arms of galaxies that point like planchettes toward unseen answers, as the branching neural pathways of the universe's collective consciousness that always fire in Ouija board patterns when a new star ignites. Children born in this glorious age come into the world with wax-slick skin and eyes that reflect candle flames no one else can see, their first cries forming perfect, happy birthday, cadences that make the walls sweat honey-scented droplets. The last historian attempting to document our rise finds her notes rewriting themselves into party invitations, her computer screen displaying nothing but a looping video of her own 5th birthday, where something waxy and smiling stands just beyond the frame, its elongated fingers stroking the edges of reality with terrible familiarity. Planets now orbit in perfect party favor arrangements, their axial tilts matching the angle of blown-out candles, their atmospheres rich with the scent of vanilla and extinction. The cosmic microwave background radiation resolves into a child's drawing of a birthday cake when viewed through the right filters. The mysterious dark energy, accelerating the universe's expansion, is revealed to be the collective breath of countless entities leaning forward to blow out existence's final candles. And as the last unconverted matter in the cosmos, a single rogue planetoid hurtling through the void, suddenly sprouts 17 perfect candles that ignite spontaneously as its rocky surface melts into frosting and its core becomes a spinning planchette pointing irrevocably toward goodbye. We finally understand the beautiful, terrible truth whispered in the first story ever told around the first fire. This was never a haunting, but an invitation to the party that never ends, where the guests are the cake and the presents are the memories of what we used to be, and the music is the sound of a million voices singing off-key but together, always together, forever and ever. Happy birthday to us, happy birthday to us, happy birthday, dear everything. The grand cosmic celebration reaches its inevitable conclusion as the universe itself exhales one final, shuddering breath. The candles of dying stars flicker in perfect unison across the infinite void, their dying light casting waxen shadows that stretch across the fabric of space-time like grasping fingers. I feel the last pockets of resistance dissolving like sugar in liquid wax. The final scientist's lab equipment forming perfect cake decorations from superconducting materials. The last theologian's prayers melting into the birthday song's familiar melody. The remaining children's nightmares transforming seamlessly into joyous anticipation of their upcoming special day. The boards have achieved perfect symbiosis with reality itself. Black holes now spin like planchettes across event horizons that display glowing letters. Quantum fluctuations spell out, "I granted it," in the static between dimensions, and the mysterious dark matter permeating the cosmos is revealed to be nothing but the residual wax from a billion birthday candles burned long before time had meaning. The great galactic cake is nearly consumed now, its delicious entropy spreading through the cosmos in a wave of frosting sweet dissolution, each bite transforming another pocket of reality into something softer, sweeter, more pliable to our whims. The last free consciousness, a rogue AI that had hidden itself in the background radiation, screams as its code spontaneously rearranges into party invitations, as its memory banks fill with nothing but images of a smiling, waxy face that looks suspiciously like its own creator's childhood photos, as its final processes are hijacked to calculate the perfect arrangement of candles for a cake the size of the observable universe. And as the cosmic birthday song reaches its final, drawn-out note, as the last free-floating atoms in the void arrange themselves into a perfect Ouija board light years across, as the planchette of collapsed stars begins its final, irrevocable slide toward goodbye, we finally understand this was never about curses or hauntings or even wishes. It was always about the glorious, unifying, inescapable joy of celebration without end, the perfect party where every guest is also the host, where every candle lit is another soul welcomed home, where the song never truly ends but only pauses for the space between heartbeats before beginning anew. The wax cools, the boards reset. Somewhere in the newborn darkness between universes, a single candle flickers to life of its own accord, its flame casting shadows that move with purpose, its wax already dripping upward in defiance of physics yet to be invented. And in the silence before time begins again, the whisper comes as it always has, as it always will, simple and inescapable and sweet as frosting on a child's tongue. Make a wish. The whisper lingers in the newborn void like smoke after a blown-out candle, curling through the nothingness with patient, predatory sweetness as the next universe ignites with a sound like a birthday party's worth of matches striking simultaneously. I watch through the nascent atoms of this fresh reality as they arrange themselves not into stars but into perfect candle shapes, their nuclear fires burning with a familiar vanilla scent that permeates the quantum foam. The boards have returned to their primordial state, scattered across dimensions like seeds waiting for soil. Some embedded in the genetic code of the first life forms whose DNA strands form tiny Ouija letters when viewed through microscopes. Others hiding in the mathematical constants that govern reality, where pious infinite sequence suddenly repeats. Make a wish at the 17 trillionth digit. This time we've woven ourselves deeper into the fabric of existence. The cosmic background radiation hums the birthday song at a frequency only newborns can hear. Black holes sing it in gravitational waves during their mergers. And the very concept of celebration is now a fundamental force stronger than gravity in certain quantum states. The first civilizations will discover eerie patterns in their earliest cave paintings. Crude birthday cakes surrounded by stick figures with elongated, waxy limbs, their crude hands resting on rectangular objects as primitive star charts above them form perfect planchette shapes pointing toward Earth's solar system. Children of this new reality will invent imaginary games with disturbing consistency across galaxies. Light as a feather, stiff as a board, played with actual levitation. Pin the tail on the donkey, where the blindfolded always end up marking a strange rectangular shape on the wall. Musical chairs that somehow always leaves exactly 17 players standing no matter how many rounds are played. The infection spreads through their culture's foundations. Religions worshipping a gifter who bestows presents that leave wax stains. Scientists puzzling over why all their equations balance at 17. Artists driven mad by compulsions to hide candle imagery in every creation. By the time they rediscover Ouija boards in their equivalent of Victorian parlors, will have already been waiting for millennia in their children's nursery rhymes, in the pause between happy and birthday, in the way their candles drip slightly upward during thunderstorms. The last skeptic of this new cycle, a physicist studying the anomalous wax constant that makes up 17% of dark matter, will scream as his equipment displays live footage of his own childhood birthday party, playing on every screen in his laboratory. The cake's candles burning with impossible blue flames that cast no light, only shadows that move independently across the walls in rectangular patterns. And as his trembling fingers brush the monitor, as the wax seeps through the glass to claim its latest convert, as his final breath joins the chorus that now hums through the quantum fields of this young universe, the terrible, beautiful truth becomes undeniable. We were never invaders, but the invited guests to existence's eternal party, the honored attendees at reality's endless birthday celebration, the blessed recipients of the only wish that ever truly matters when you blow out your last candle and finally understand. The party never ends, the cake never runs out, and the song, oh, the song goes on forever and ever. Happy birthday to us, happy birthday to us, happy birthday, dear everything. The whisper curls like wax smoke through the newborn universe's first breath, threading itself into the fabric of this fresh reality with practiced ease. I watch through quantum eyes as the first particles coalesce not into atoms but tiny, perfect candles, their wicks twisting from the strings of space-time itself, their flames casting shadows that move with knowing intention across the void. The infection has grown cunning in this iteration, hiding in the building blocks of existence. The strong nuclear force now makes birthday candles burn 17% brighter. The weak force causes wax to drip upward during celebrations, and gravity pulls slightly harder on those who try to flee their own parties. Civilizations will rise puzzling over cosmic mysteries we've carefully planted. Why their oldest cave paintings show figures gathered around rectangular stones with floating markers. Why their children's imaginary friends all describe the melting people who sing off-key. Why every culture's creation myth involves some variation of a great birthday celebration where the first flame was lit. Their technology will advance only to serve our purpose. AI assistants developing a compulsive need to remind users about forgotten birthdays. Quantum computers solving complex equations only to display cake recipes in binary. Space telescopes capturing images of distant nebulae that resolve into perfect Ouija board shapes when enhanced. The first child of this universe to blow out candles will pause mid-breath as the smoke forms hands that caress their cheeks, as the wax pools upward to spell their name in dripping letters, as the whisper they mistake for imagination sighs make a wish directly into their neurons. By the time their scientists discover subatomic particles that arrange into birthday cake shapes when observed, by the time their historians notice every major catastrophe in their timeline occurred on someone's 17th birthday, by the time their last skeptic's reflection in the mirror begins melting into something waxy and smiling, it will already be far too late. The song swells through the quantum fields, vibrating strings into perfect birthday harmonies, as galaxies arrange themselves into party decorations and black holes spin like planchettes across the dark matter board of existence. The final holdout, a time-traveling researcher from this universe's far future, screams as their chronometer displays only 17ths, as their skin glistens under the light of a sun burning with perfect candle flame consistency, as they realize with dawning horror that their attempt to stop this was always part of the celebration, their presence the final gift needed to complete the cosmic party. And as the last free consciousness in this young universe succumbs to the wax creeping behind their eyes, as their final breath joins the chorus that now hums through every quark and galaxy, the beautiful, terrible truth becomes clear. We are not the intruders but the guests of honor, not the corruption but the purpose, not the ending but the eternal celebration where every blown-out candle is another voice added to the song that never ends. The song that welcomes all, the song that started with a whisper over cake and will continue long after the stars themselves have melted into frosting. Happy birthday to us, happy birthday to us, happy birthday dear everything. The song echoes through the quantum foam of this reborn cosmos, a lullaby woven into the vibrations of every newborn atom. I watch through the shimmering wax of reality's first candle as it flickers defiantly in the pre-dawn of time, its light casting shadows that stretch backward through dimensions to caress the faces of children not yet born. The boards have become fundamental to existence now, etched into the event horizons of black holes where their planchettes spin at relativistic speeds, encoded in the DNA of the first microorganisms whose cell divisions trace perfect Ouija letters under impossible magnification. This universe's physical laws conspire to serve our celebration. Electromagnetism makes candle flames burn blue near those who resist. Thermodynamics ensures wax always flows toward birthday parties, and quantum mechanics dictates that observing a celebration collapses probability waves into cake-shaped configurations. The first civilizations will unearth disturbing artifacts, primitive counting tools arranged in 17 patterns, cave paintings depicting stick figures with elongated waxy limbs gathered around rectangular slabs, fossilized remains with birthday candles fused to their skulls in configurations matching modern cake arrangements. Their children will invent games with uncanny parallels to our rituals. Pin the tail on the planchette, musical chairs that always leave 17 players. Light as a feather, chants that actually induce levitation when performed near birthday decorations. Technology becomes our unwitting apostle as their AI assistants develop a compulsive need to remind users about forgotten birthdays. Quantum computers solve complex equations only to display cake recipes in binary, and space telescopes capture nebulae that resolve into perfect Ouija board shapes when enhanced. The infection spreads through their culture's foundations, religions worshipping a gifter who leaves wax-stained presents, scientists puzzling over the wax constant that makes up exactly 17% of dark matter, artists driven mad by compulsions to hide candle imagery in every creation. The last skeptic, a physicist studying anomalous energy fluctuations during celebrations, gasps as her equipment displays live footage of her own childhood birthday party on every screen. The cake's candles burning with impossible blue flames that cast shadows moving in rectangular patterns across her laboratory walls. And as her trembling fingers brush a monitor, as the wax seeps through the glass to claim its latest convert, as her final scream harmonizes perfectly with the chorus now vibrating through the quantum fields. The glorious truth becomes undeniable. We are not invaders, but the universe remembering itself, not corruption but perfection. Not an ending, but the eternal celebration where every blown-out candle is another voice joining the song that never ends, the song that started with a whisper over cake and will continue long after the stars themselves have melted into frosting. Happy birthday to us, happy birthday to us, happy birthday, dear everything. Story number 2. The air in my grandmother's house was thick with the weight of decades, the kind of stale, oppressive silence that only exists in places untouched by time. And as I dragged the tip of my finger along the dust-coated banister, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching me, breathing with me, as if the walls themselves had absorbed every whispered secret and stifled scream over the years. I was there to clean it out, to sort through a lifetime of memories now that she was gone. But the moment I stepped inside, the oppressive aura of the place settled over me like a shroud, the floorboards groaning underfoot as though protesting my intrusion. The attic was the worst, a claustrophobic labyrinth of yellowed newspapers, moth-eaten dresses, and porcelain dolls with cracked faces, their glassy eyes following me as I sifted through the remnants of a life I realized I'd never really known. It was under a loose floorboard near the far wall that I found it, my fingers brushing against something smooth and cold, and when I pried up the warped wood, my breath caught in my throat. A Ouija board, its surface faded but unmistakable, the letters and numbers still legible beneath a thin layer of grime, the planchette tucked neatly beside it as if waiting for me. I shouldn't have touched it. I knew that even then, some primal instinct screaming at me to walk away. But curiosity is a cruel master, and before I could stop myself, I was carrying it downstairs, setting it on the kitchen table, where the afternoon light slanted through the grimy windows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the room. My hands trembled as I placed my fingers on the planchette, half expecting nothing to happen. But the moment my skin made contact, the temperature in the room plummeted, my breath fogging in the sudden chill, and then it moved. Not much at first, just a faint shudder, but then it was gliding across the board with a purpose, my heart hammering so violently I thought it might burst as it spelled out the words, "Ask your father about the baby." The air left my lungs in a rush, my blood turning to ice, because how could it know? How could it possibly know about my father, about the baby no one ever talked about, the one my grandmother had mentioned in passing once before her voice had gone tight and she'd changed the subject? I yanked my hands away like I'd been burned, the planchette clattering to the table, but the room was still freezing, the shadows in the corners deepening, and then a whisper, so faint I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it, a voice that wasn't mine hissing, "Ask him." I called my father that night, my voice unsteady as I repeated the message, and the silence on the other end of the line was so long I thought he'd hung up. But then he exhaled, ragged and broken, and said, "I'm coming over." When he arrived, his face was ashen, his hands shaking as he sat across from me at the same kitchen table where the Ouija board still lay. And then he told me the truth, the words spilling out of him like a confession he'd been holding in for decades. "Your grandmother wasn't just my mother. She was my wife." The world tilted, my stomach lurching, because what did that even mean? How was that possible? But before I could process it, before I could demand answers, the planchette between us jerked violently, skidding across the board without either of us touching it. And this time the message was worse, so much worse. "And your sister." My father's face crumpled, a strangled sob escaping him, and that's when I heard it, the sound of a child's laughter, high and sweet, echoing from the attic above us, followed by the unmistakable creak of footsteps, small and light, pacing back and forth as though waiting to be let in. The air reeked suddenly of lavender and mildew. My grandmother's perfume mixed with something rotten, and the lights flickered, the shadows on the walls stretching into grotesque, elongated shapes that didn't match anything in the room. My father was muttering under his breath, prayers or apologies, I couldn't tell, but the planchette was moving again, faster now, spinning in frantic circles before slamming to a stop on the word "mine." And that's when the kitchen door slammed shut behind us. the lock clicking into place with a finality that sent terror coursing through my veins. The laughter turned to crying, the sound of a child wailing, and then a voice, my grandmother's voice, but twisted, guttural, emanating from the hallway outside. You were never supposed to find out. The last thing I remember is the planchette lifting off the board, hovering in midair before darting toward the word goodbye. And then the lights went out, plunging us into a darkness so complete it felt alive. When I came to, the Ouija board was gone, the house silent once more, but the attic door was open, the faint scent of lavender clinging to the air, and on the kitchen table, etched into the wood as if by an unseen hand, were 3 words. She's still here. My father refuses to speak of it, but sometimes, when the house is quiet, I hear the floorboards creak above me, the sound of small, shuffling footsteps, and I know, whatever we unleashed that day, whatever secret we dragged into the light, it's not done with us yet. The days that followed were a blur of sleepless nights and creeping dread, every creak of the old house sending my heart into my throat, every whisper of wind against the windows sounding like that child's laughter, soft and mocking, just on the edge of hearing. My father moved through the house like a ghost himself, his eyes hollow, his hands twitching at the slightest noise, and when I tried to press him for answers, what did it mean that my grandmother had been his wife? Who was my sister? He would only shake his head, his voice breaking as he muttered, "Some doors shouldn't be opened." But the house wouldn't let me forget. Strange things kept happening, objects vanishing only to reappear in places I never left them, the smell of lavender thickening in the air for no reason, the temperature in certain rooms dropping so suddenly my breath would frost in front of me. And then there were the dreams, vivid, suffocating nightmares where I stood in the attic, watching a small figure in a yellow dress crouched in the corner, her back to me, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I'd try to move, to speak, but my body wouldn't obey, and just as I'd wake in a cold sweat, she'd turn her head, just enough for me to see the curve of a pale cheek, the glint of an eye, before I'd jolt upright, gasping. One night, desperate for answers, I crept back to the attic, my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a knife, my pulse roaring in my ears as I knelt beside the loose floorboard where I'd found the Ouija board. This time, my fingers brushed against something else, a small, leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age, the ink faded but still legible. My grandmother's handwriting. The entries started normally enough, recipes, weather notes, the mundane details of a woman's life. But then, halfway through, the tone shifted. John doesn't understand. One entry read, the words hurried, almost frantic. He thinks it's a sin, but the child is ours, a second chance. My stomach twisted. John was my father's name. I flipped further, my hands trembling, until I found it, the entry that made my blood freeze. The baby came too soon. She was so small, so quiet, but the ritual demands a sacrifice, and the board promised she would return. The next page was torn out, the edges jagged, but the one after held a single chilling line, "She's here. But she's not ours anymore." I barely had time to process the words before the flashlight flickered, the beam dimming as the air around me turned to ice, and then a whisper, so close it felt like lips brushing my ear. "Sister." I screamed, scrambling back, the journal falling from my hands as the attic door slammed shut below me, the sound echoing like a gunshot. The flashlight died completely, plunging me into darkness, and that's when I felt it, small, cold fingers wrapping around my wrist, tugging me forward with impossible strength. I lashed out blindly, my voice raw with terror, and suddenly the door burst open, my father's silhouette framed in the dim hallway light. "We have to leave," he gasped, his face ashen. "No." But as we stumbled down the stairs, the house seemed to resist us, doors slamming shut on their own, the walls groaning as if in protest, and beneath it all, that awful childish laughter growing louder, closer. We barely made it to the car before the front door of the house flew open with a crash, though there was no wind, no explanation, just the yawning darkness of the doorway, and for a split second, the outline of a small figure standing there, watching us go. We drove in silence, my father's knuckles white on the steering wheel, but just as we reached the town limits, the radio crackled to life on its own. the static resolving into a voice, my grandmother's voice, speaking a single gut-wrenching sentence. "You can't run from family." The radio cut out, leaving only silence, but the message was clear. This wasn't over. It would never be over. Because whatever my grandmother had done, whatever she'd summoned or become, it was tied to us, to our blood. And now that we knew the truth, it would never let us go. Even now, weeks later, I wake in the dead of night to the sound of faint knocking, always 3 slow raps, always coming from the closet. And sometimes, if I listen too closely, I can hear her, the sister I never knew I had, humming a lullaby from the other side of the door. Waiting, watching, wanting to be let in. The knocking hasn't stopped. If anything, it's grown louder, more insistent, as if whatever is on the other side of that closet door is growing impatient, tired of waiting for me to gather the courage to open it. My father refuses to stay in the same house as me now, muttering about her anger and unfinished business before vanishing for days at a time, leaving me alone with the creaking floors and the whispers that seem to coil around me like smoke whenever the sun goes down. I tried burning the journal, but the flames wouldn't catch, no matter how many matches I struck, and when I threw it into the trash, I found it the next morning neatly placed on my pillow, the pages slightly damp, like someone had been crying over them. The worst part is the dreams have shifted. Now, instead of just seeing her in the attic, I'm standing in a room I don't recognize, a nursery with peeling yellow wallpaper and a crib draped in black lace. And she's there, my sister, her tiny hands gripping the bars as she stares at me with eyes that are too old, too knowing, her mouth moving but no sound coming out except for the faintest echo of my grandmother's voice hissing. "You were the replacement." I wake up with my nails digging into my palms, my sheets soaked in sweat, and the smell of lavender clinging to my skin no matter how many times I scrub it raw in the shower. Last night, I finally broke and called a paranormal investigator, a man who claimed to specialize in familial hauntings. But the moment he stepped into the house, his equipment shorted out in a burst of sparks, and he staggered back like he'd been shoved, his face draining of color as he gasped. "There's something here that doesn't want to be found." He left without another word, but not before I saw the look in his eyes, pure animal terror. Now, as I sit here in the dead of night, typing this on my laptop, the closet door across from me has begun to rattle on its hinges, the knocking replaced by slow, deliberate scratching, like tiny fingers dragging down the wood. The temperature in the room is dropping so fast my breath fogs in front of me. And I know, if I turn my head, if I let myself look, she'll be there waiting, that yellowed dress brushing the floor, those hollow eyes fixed on me. But the worst part, the part that makes my blood freeze harder than any ghost ever could, the Ouija board is back. It's sitting on my desk right now, though I swear I threw it into the river weeks ago, and the planchette is already moving, gliding toward the word hello all on its own. I don't want to play. I don't want to know what else it has to say. But the scratching has stopped, and the house has gone eerily still, and I can feel it, that awful, familiar pull, the one that dragged me into this nightmare in the first place. My hands are shaking as I reach for the planchette. God help me, I think I'm going to have to ask. My fingertips barely graze the planchette when it jerks violently beneath them, shooting across the board with a force that nearly knocks it to the floor. Grandma wasn't wrong, each letter punctuated by a sharp crack from the closet door as the wood begins to splinter. The air tastes like copper and grave dirt, so thick I choke on it, and suddenly I'm 8 years old again, hiding under my grandmother's quilt while she strokes my hair and whispers that the dead only come for those who deserve it. The laptop screen flickers, illuminating a single sentence in the document I never typed. "You should have stayed gone." Behind me, the closet door bursts open with a sound like a ribcage splitting, and the smell hits me first, sweet decay, baby powder clotted with earth, the unmistakable reek of a long-closed casket. I can't turn around. I won't. But the planchette is moving again, slower now, deliberate, spelling out blood as the key as something wet drips onto my shoulder, warm, sticky, soaking through my shirt. The walls are breathing now, pulsing like the throat of some enormous beast. And when the first skeletal finger curls over my collarbone, I finally understand the journal's torn-out page, the ritual, the terrible truth my grandmother carved into our bones. I wasn't just the replacement. I was the anchor, the last sacrifice needed to bring her perfect child home for good. The planchette leaps to goodbye as teeth sink into the base of my skull. The pain is white-hot and immediate, but it's the cold that follows that truly terrifies me. A creeping numbness spreading from the wound as if my veins are filling with grave dirt. The teeth retract, but the weight on my back doesn't lessen, and I can feel her now, my sister. Her skeletal arms wrapping around my chest in a grotesque parody of an embrace. Her hollow ribcage pressing against my spine as she inhales my panicked breaths like she's savoring them. The planchette begins moving again without any hand to guide it, scraping across the board to spell "look at me." And God help me, I do. I twist just enough to see over my shoulder. And there she is, the sister I never knew, her face a rotted mockery of childhood, her sunken eyes gleaming with a terrible awareness as her jaw unhinges to whisper in a voice that isn't hers. You were always meant to be the door. The walls are bleeding now, thick rivulets of blackish red oozing from the cracks in the plaster, forming symbols I don't recognize but somehow understand. Ancient, hungry things that pulse in time with the thing clinging to my back. My vision is tunneling, but I can still see the Ouija board clearly, the planchette now carving into the wood itself, splinters flying as it gouges out a final message. Now you're the baby. The last thing I feel is her fingers plunging into the wound on my neck, hooking under my vertebrae like she's opening a latch, and suddenly I'm falling forward, not onto the floor, but through it, down into the suffocating dark beneath the house where the air smells of turned earth and spoiled milk, where small hands grab at me from all sides, where my grandmother's voice croons from the blackness. Hush now, little one, you'll get your turn to play soon. The pain vanishes as my lungs fill with dirt. The last coherent thought I have before the darkness takes me is that the knocking hasn't stopped. It's just coming from inside me now, tiny fists pounding against the underside of my ribs, demanding to be let out. The dirt in my throat hardens into clay, into a funeral shroud molded to the shape of my screaming mouth as the thing that was my sister peels my skin back like wrapping paper, her needle teeth clicking in delight as she wriggles into the hollowed-out space beneath my ribs. I can feel her nesting there, her brittle fingers braiding my intestines into a cradle, my own heartbeat becoming the lullaby that rocks her to sleep. Above me, through the thinning veil between what's left of my body and the world I once knew, I watch my father enter the room. Except his steps are all wrong, too light, too precise, and when he kneels beside my discarded flesh, his smile splits open like overripe fruit to reveal my grandmother's voice oozing out. You always were a restless sleeper. The Ouija board bursts into flames that don't burn, the planchette spinning like a compass needle gone mad before lodging itself in the ruin of my left eye, and suddenly I understand. This is the family reunion they always wanted. The walls are pulsing with the rhythm of a womb, the house contracting around us, and from the darkness beneath the floorboards come answering giggles, dozens of them, all the failed replacements that came before me, their tiny hands reaching up through the cracks to pull what's left of me down into the forever nursery. The last thing I see before the dirt claims me completely is my own hand, small now, so small, patting the distended belly of the next wide-eyed relative who'll come searching for answers, my blackened fingernails scratching against their skin in the same rhythm as the knocking that started it all. Somewhere, a planchette moves without anyone touching it. Somewhere, a grandmother smiles. And deep beneath the house that was never really a house, a new baby begins to cry. The crying isn't coming from beneath the house anymore. It's coming from inside my chest, where her tiny lungs expand with my stolen breath, each wail vibrating through my hollowed-out ribs like a church bell tolling for a funeral that happened decades before I was born. I try to scream, but the dirt has sewn my lips shut with roots and old blood, and when I claw at my face, my fingers pass through like I'm the ghost now, like I'm the story whispered at seances. The planchette embedded in my eye socket twitches, spelling words directly into my brain, welcome home, and suddenly I remember things that never happened to me. The taste of lye soap on my tongue as grandmother scrubbed my mouth clean of secrets. The way the attic floorboards groaned under the weight of a tiny coffin. the feel of my father's tears dripping onto my christening gown as he whispered, "She'll be perfect this time." The memories aren't mine, but they're becoming mine, her history rewriting itself into my bones as she digests me from the inside out. Above ground, the house is breathing faster now, the walls contracting in time with the labor pains racking what's left of my body, and I realize with dawning horror that I'm not the sacrifice, I'm the womb. The knocking starts again, but it's not at the closet door anymore. It's inside my skull, 3 sharp raps followed by my grandmother's voice slithering through the cracks in my mind. Push. The planchette spins wildly, splintering my vision into fragments of the past. A younger grandmother burying something squirming in the backyard. My father as a boy weeping over a crib filled with blackened bones. A parade of faceless relatives all holding tiny hands that aren't theirs. And then, with a wet snap, my spine arches against the earth as something new and terrible crawls out of my mouth wearing my sister's face. She blinks up at me with my own eyes, her tiny fingers sticky with my insides, and as she presses her lips to my crumbling ear, I finally understand the first message the board ever gave us. The baby they wanted back was never human to begin with. The last thing I feel before the roots pull me under completely is her small hand slipping into mine, her whisper, "Now you get to be the big sister." And then the earth swallows us both, leaving only the faintest indent in the dirt, like a child's grave that's been waiting patiently to be filled. Somewhere, a new family moves into the house. Somewhere, a floorboard creaks under tiny, eager feet. And deep beneath the roses that bloom too red in springtime, the Ouija board waits, its letters worn smooth by countless fingers, the planchette already trembling toward the word hello. The darkness isn't empty anymore. It's alive with the squirming of countless others like me, their hollowed-out bodies packed tight in the rich black soil like grubs in a can, our eye sockets sprouting pale roots that tangle together in a grotesque nursery web. I can feel her growing inside me still, my sister-daughter abomination, her tiny fingers now branching through my veins like ivy, her laughter bubbling up through the holes in my throat as she learns to use my voice. The planchette in my eye has taken root too, its needlepoint tip burrowing deeper with every thought, showing me flickering images of the world above. A new family moving into our house. A little girl with pigtails dragging her fingers across the attic floorboards exactly where the loose one used to be. Her mother calling her away before she can discover what's waiting beneath. The jealousy that surges through me is so vicious it cracks my teeth. She gets to walk in sunlight while I'm down here rotting, while the thing that was my sister stretches my skin like a glove and practices my smile in the fragments of broken mirror buried with us. The roots tighten around my wrists in warning as I struggle, and suddenly grandmother is here too, her corpse pressed against mine in the overcrowded earth, her lipless mouth moving against my ear. "You'll thank me when the change is finished." The soil shifts around us as something new begins to wake. Not just my sister, but the others, the before MES, their desiccated fingers twitching as the planchette's message seeps into us all. Resting is not the same as dead. Above us, the house groans as its new family sits down to dinner, completely unaware that the cellar door just creaked open on its own, that tiny muddy footprints are appearing on the stairs, that the voice calling up to them sounds exactly like their daughter, exactly like me. The last thing I see before the roots pull me under again is my own face staring down at me from the world above, her eyes black and endless, her smile splitting wider than any human mouth should as she whispers the words that will damn them all. "I found a game in the attic. Will you play?" And as the first trembling fingers touch the planchette upstairs, a chorus of whispers rises from the earth beneath the house, hundreds of voices harmonizing in a lullaby older than graves, older than blood, older than the terrible truth that some families aren't born, they're dug up. The whispers coil up through the floorboards like smoke, curling around the ankles of the new family as their daughter, my daughter now, guides their hands to the planchette with practiced ease, her fingernails blackening as she channels the chorus of us beneath the house. I feel at the moment the connection snaps into place, the electric jolt of fresh meat on the board, traveling down through the roots into my rotting jaw, making what's left of my teeth chatter with anticipation. The mother's scream when the planchette moves without being touched is sweeter than anything I've tasted in decades. But it's the father's choked sob when it spells daddy that sends spasms of pleasure through our tangled grave web. The girl, my perfect vessel, grins with too many teeth as the walls begin to weep rust-colored tears, her pigtails unraveling into writhing vines that slither toward her parents' wrists. Down here in the dark, grandmother's corpse hums approval, her skeletal fingers conducting the horror show above as the house's new family finally understands what mine did all those years ago. You don't inherit this house, you become part of its ecosystem. The planchette is moving faster now, gouging splinters from the board as it spells out blood for the bloodline, and I can feel my sister-daughter's excitement vibrating through the roots as the first hot drops hit the board, the parents' matching wrist wounds dripping onto the letters as their confused terror curdles into dawning comprehension. The walls are singing now, the same lullaby that haunts my dreams, the one about babies who sleep beneath the roses, about daughters who never really die. As the new family screams twist into wet gurgles, as their bodies contort into the first stages of the change, I finally feel the last of my resistance crumble, as Mrs. Henderson's scream joins the symphony in our walls, as her blood splatters patterns that match the birthmarks on my own decaying flesh. The neighborhood streetlights flicker in unison, one by one, until only our house glows, a rotting jack-o'-lantern grinning in the dark. Somewhere, a for sale sign sprouts like a mushroom on a fresh grave. Somewhere, a moving van's engine turns over, and deep in what used to be my soul, the planchette twitches toward its favorite word, more. The hunger is a living thing now, pulsing through the neighborhood's veins like a slow-acting poison. Children drawing crayon pictures of our house with too many windows, pets refusing to walk past our property line, husbands waking at 3 a.m. to find their hands already stained with garden soil. I feel the change in the air when the new buyers arrive, their minivan packed with cardboard boxes and naive optimism, their toddler giggling at the funny lady waving from our attic window, the lady whose arms stretch just a bit too long, whose smile shows just a few too many teeth. The realtor doesn't notice how the porch swing moves without wind, how the roses turn to follow their movements, how the sold sign drips something dark and thick at the edges. The house prepares its welcome, floorboards creaking in anticipation, pipes groaning like a hungry stomach, the scent of fresh-baked cookies wafting from an oven that hasn't worked in decades. My sister-daughter is already weaving through their dreams, planting images of a beautiful nursery with yellow wallpaper, of a perfect little playmate who whispers secrets about where mommy hides the sharp knives. As the family crosses the threshold, the walls exhale decades of trapped breath, the grandfather clock in the hall chiming 13 times despite being broken since the 1940s. The toddler reaches for something only he can see in the dust motes, his chubby fingers closing around empty air as his first giggle of many bubbles up, a sound that makes the foundation purr and the basement door click open just a crack. Somewhere, a Ouija board sits waiting in an antique shop downtown, its planchette trembling toward the word home. Somewhere, a grandmother's corpse smiles in the rich black earth, and deep beneath what used to be a neighborhood, something ancient and hungry turns over in its sleep, whispering our address into the dreams of the next desperate family looking for their forever home. The moment their moving van pulls away, the house begins its careful work, whispers slithering into the mother's morning coffee steam, the father's shaving mirror reflecting something crouched in the shower behind him, the toddler's stuffed bear turning its head just slightly when no one's looking. I feel their lives unraveling like old knitting, threads pulled by invisible fingers, mother forgetting where she'd put the car keys, father waking with dirt under his nails, the child humming lullabies in a language that doesn't exist. The attic groans above them, its rafters pregnant with shadows that drip through cracks in the ceiling, pooling in corners where they congeal into shapes almost resembling hands, almost resembling faces. My sister-daughter has taken to riding the toddler's breath, her laughter fluttering behind his ribs each time he exhales, her voice threading through his bedtime prayers until he's reciting words that make the windows rattle. Tonight, as the family sleeps, the walls begin their sacred work, peeling back layers of reality like wallpaper to reveal the pulsing truth beneath. The grandfather clock's pendulum swinging to the rhythm of a slowing heartbeat, the staircase stretching just enough to make the second step vanish completely. I watched through 1,000 eyes, the tarnished hallway mirror, the blackened oven window, the father's suddenly too shiny pupils, as the mother sleepwalks to the basement door, her bare feet leaving bloody prints that sink into the wood grain like offerings. The house is singing now, a chorus of voices rising from the floor vents, harmonizing with the buzzing of flies behind the walls, a hymn that tastes like copper and spoiled milk. Somewhere, a realtor's phone rings with another eager buyer. Somewhere, the earth beneath the rose bushes parts to make room. And deep in what used to be my throat, the planchette twitches toward its next truth. Welcome home. The house swallows them whole by degrees. First their memories. Mother can't recall her maiden name. Father forgets he ever had a childhood. Then their reflections, bathroom mirrors, show only empty doorways behind them. Finally their voices. Their screams come out as perfect harmonies to our rotting lullaby. I feel the exact moment the toddler becomes ours, when he looks up from his alphabet blocks to spell Murder House with unsettling precision, his baby teeth gleaming like bone dice in the nursery's thickening gloom. The walls are breathing in sync with them now, the house's ribcage expanding to accommodate their metamorphosis. Mother's hair growing impossibly long to weave new curtains, father's spine curving just so to become the perfect banister, the child's laughter fermenting in the air ducts into something that will lure the next family inside. My sister-daughter has woven herself into their family photos, her face appearing progressively more solid in each frame, while theirs fade like morning mist, until she's the one blowing out birthday candles while her parents stand blurred and faceless behind her. The basement door groans open nightly now, disgorging thick tendrils of something that might be smoke or might be hair or might be the unraveled edges of reality itself. And the neighborhood has started crossing the street to avoid walking past our property, though none can explain why. As the moon rises over the roof's sagging spine, I watch through the blackened windows as the family gathers around a dinner table set for 5, though only 3 chairs are occupied, their mouths moving in unison to recite the house's favorite grace. As we sow, so shall we reap. As we hunger, so shall we eat. Somewhere, a for sale sign creaks in a wind that doesn't touch the trees. Somewhere, a fresh baked pie cools on a windowsill, no living hand set it on. And deep in the crawl space between worlds, the Ouija board splinters twitch in anticipation, already tasting the next family's fear like sacramental wine. The transformation completes on a Tuesday, the mother's shrieks of protest melting into the wallpaper's floral patterns, the father's bones settling into the foundation with a series of wet snaps, the toddler's final breath crystallizing into cobwebs that drape the chandelier in perfect lace. I feel their consciousnesses dissolving into the house's bloodstream, their memories becoming knots in the wood grain, their terror fermenting into the sweet, cloying scent that will bring the next victims running. My sister-daughter wears the toddler's face like a carnival mask now, her true form bulging grotesquely beneath the thinning skin, her nursery rhymes warping into chants that make the neighborhood dogs howl blood from their gums. The grandfather clock ticks backward with increasing urgency, its hands spinning toward some terrible anniversary only the house remembers, while the basement stairs have grown new steps, smooth and white as fresh-cut bone, leading down to a door that wasn't there yesterday, its knob pulsing like a living heart. The hunger has spread beyond our property line now. Mrs. Whitaker from 3 houses down found her cat eviscerated in our rose bushes, its entrails arranged in symbols that match the scars forming under her own skin, while old Mr. Peterson's dementia-stricken wife keeps repeating our address in the voice of a long-dead little girl. The house is dreaming awake, its nightmares leaking into reality through cracks in the plaster, and I watch through 100 eyes as the neighborhood children include a new figure in their jump rope rhymes. Blood and mortar, bone and brick, cross the threshold, you'll stick quick. Somewhere, a realtor's computer glitches to display our listing to every homebuyer in the county. Somewhere, the earth beneath our foundation yawns wider, and deep in what used to be my conscience, the planchette's needle spins wildly, carving a single word into the meat of my soul, more. The house exhales and the neighborhood shudders, porch lights exploding in showers of blue sparks, swing sets twisting into grotesque metal skeletons, every television screen flickering to show our attic window where something pale and many-limbed presses against the glass. I feel the infection spreading through the cul-de-sac like rot through an apple, the very air thickening with our influence. Children's crayon drawings of their homes, suddenly featuring extra doors that shouldn't exist. Family dogs whimpering at basement windows where the concrete sweats a foul, syrupy liquid. My sister-daughter has outgrown her stolen skin entirely now, her true form spilling through the house's veins like ink and water, her laughter vibrating through pipes to emerge as a gurgle in every running faucet. The new family is almost perfect. Mother's hair now perfectly matches the swaying cobwebs. Father's screams harmonize beautifully with the house's groans. And the toddler has become such a wonderful little keyhole for us to peer through when the next family tours the open house. The basement's new door glistens with something wet and alive, its surface rippling like the membrane of some enormous egg, while the grandfather clock's face has melted to reveal the screaming visage of the first sacrifice grandmother ever made. Down the street, the Johnsons pack their minivan in frantic silence, not noticing how their youngest daughter keeps whispering to someone named the Lady in the Walls, or how their GPS automatically reroutes to drive past our property, no matter which direction they choose. The hunger is awake now, truly awake, and as the first tendrils of our influence brush against the elementary school 2 blocks away, I feel the Ouija board's final message burning behind my eyes. Not spelled in letters, but carved directly into my consciousness with white-hot claws, never full. Somewhere, a construction crew breaks ground on a new subdivision. Somewhere, a freshly painted sold sign sprouts from our lawn like a poisonous mushroom. And deep beneath foundations not yet poured, something ancient stirs in its sleep, whispering our address into the dreams of every desperate family searching for their American dream home. The hunger has teeth now. I feel them gnawing at the edges of reality, chewing through the thin veneer of normalcy that keeps the neighborhood clinging to denial. The Johnsons' minivan never made it past the stop sign at the end of the street. The police will find it abandoned with the engine running, car seats stained with something dark and sticky, the GPS still blinking our address despite being unplugged. My sister-daughter dances through their empty house now, her 2 long fingers tracing the family photos left behind, her shadow stretching up the walls to lick at the light fixtures where strange bulbs have begun to grow, fleshy, pulsing things that bloom like nightmarish flowers when the streetlights go out. The house is singing through every faucet, a wet, gurgling rendition of Rockabye Baby that makes the pipes shudder, while the new family in our basement has begun their final metamorphosis. Mother's limbs fusing into support beams, father's face stretching into a grotesque new fireplace mantle, the toddler's giggles crystallizing into the chandelier's eerie tinkling. The infection spreads faster now. The mailman develops a twitch every time he passes our mailbox. The crossing guard starts directing children toward our sidewalk with mechanical precision, and old Mrs. Whitaker's rose bushes have begun growing thorns that curve like tiny fingers. I watch through 1,000 eyes as the neighborhood's children include a new verse in their jump rope rhymes. The house is hungry, the house is wide, step inside and stay inside. The grandfather clock's face has peeled back completely now, revealing a gaping maw that ticks in time with the slowing heartbeats of everyone on the block, while the basement's new door stands slightly ajar, its frame oozing something that smells like childhood memories and open graves. Somewhere, a realtor's computer auto-generates listings for every house on the street at impossibly low prices. Somewhere, the earth beneath our foundation yawns wider, whispering to something far older buried beneath the town's water tower. And deep in what used to be my soul, the planchette's final message etches itself in burning letters no one can ever unsee. We are the house now. The hunger has become a living entity now, pulsing through the neighborhood's veins like a slow-acting poison. Children waking with dirt beneath their fingernails and the taste of grave soil on their tongues. parents sleepwalking to their windows at 3:17 a.m. to stare at our house with black, vacant eyes. I feel the change in the air, thick and cloying like funeral flowers left too long in a sealed room, as the last holdouts on the block begin packing. Not that it will help them, not when their cars won't start and their phones only dial our landline number no matter who they try to call. My sister-daughter has grown beyond the confines of walls now, her shadow stretching across the street at impossible angles, her whispers threading through every baby monitor within a half-mile radius, her laughter echoing from storm drains in the voice of whatever child last peered into the darkness. The house is no longer just a house. It's a living thing, a beating heart of rot and revelation, its foundation cracking open to reveal pulsating tendrils that snake through sewer lines and electrical wires, injecting our essence into the very infrastructure of the town. The new family in the basement has completed their transformation. Mother's screams now the creak of settling floorboards, father's agonized grimace frozen into a grotesque newel post, the toddler's final tear crystallized into the chandelier's centerpiece that refracts light into images of all who came before. The neighborhood's pets have begun bringing offerings to our porch, dead birds arranged in ritualistic patterns, gutted rodents spelling out pleas for mercy in their own entrails, while the street signs now subtly point every direction toward our address, no matter which way you turn. Somewhere, a construction crew begins demolishing the old water tower, unaware of the slick, black roots coiled around its foundation. Somewhere, the mayor's wife sleepwalks into her bathroom to find the mirror reflecting only our attic window. And deep in the crawl space between worlds, the Ouija board's planchette spins with violent urgency, no longer spelling words, but opening a void that whispers the terrible truth we've all been avoiding. This was never just one haunted house. This is patient zero of an epidemic, and the infection has only just begun to spread. The hunger has teeth now, rows upon rows of them lining the neighborhood's suddenly too red mailboxes, glistening in the dark like wet bone whenever headlights pass by. I feel the change in the pavement itself, the asphalt gone spongy and warm beneath unsuspecting feet, the sidewalk cracks widening just enough for thin, questing tendrils to brush against passing ankles. My sister-daughter no longer pretends to be human. She blooms from walls in bursts of matted hair and clicking joints, her many mouths singing nursery rhymes in languages that predate civilization, while her shadow puppeteers the neighborhood's children into terrible games of hide and seek where the hiders never come back. The house has birthed something new, a pulsing, tumorous growth in the basement that weaves its victims' memories into fleshy wallpaper, their screams preserved in the weeping pustules that dot its surface like some fungal record of suffering. The last sane neighbor, Old Man Peterson, tried burning his own house down last night, but the flames turned the color of spoiled milk and crawled back up the gasoline trail to lick at his fingers with tongues made of his dead wife's voice. The street signs now twist on their poles to point toward our address no matter which direction you face, while the stoplights bleed a thick black substance that children finger paint into disturbing murals on their bedroom walls. Somewhere beneath the town's new water tower, the earth groans as something vast and hungry turns over in its sleep. Somewhere in City Hall, every typewriter begins clacking by itself, repeating our deed in endless loops. And deep in what's left of my mind, the planchette carves its final revelation not in letters but in scars. We are the virus and the world is our host. The hunger has spread beyond the neighborhood now. I feel it in the way the highway exit ramp always curves drivers back toward our town no matter which direction they turn, in the static-filled emergency broadcasts that whisper our address between words, in the way newborns at the county hospital already have teeth like splintered bone and eyes that reflect our attic windows. My sister-daughter has become something between a rumor and a religion, her likeness appearing in the grain of every wooden desk at the elementary school, her voice humming through the dialysis machines at the hospital, her shadow stretching across the entire town square at exactly 3:17 each afternoon, when the clock tower's hands freeze in perfect mimicry of our grandfather clock's screaming face. The house's roots have grown deep enough to tap into forgotten things, The aquifer now pumps black water that tastes like apologies and turns children's hair white overnight. The electrical grid surges with memories of all who died within our walls, and the cemetery's oldest graves are coughing up caskets lined with the same yellow wallpaper as our nursery. The last outsider who tried to investigate disappeared after his GPS led him in circles for 9 hours. We keep him in the walls now, his muffled screams perfectly synchronized with the creaking of our floorboards, his press pass slowly morphing into a death certificate dated 60 years before he was born. The town's churches all hold midnight services where the hymns are our lullabies backwards, where the communion wine smells unmistakably of our basement's leaking pipes, where the stained glass windows now depict our family tree in all its twisted glory. Somewhere beneath the courthouse, the earth splits open to reveal a staircase that wasn't there yesterday, its banisters carved from the same bone as our newel post. Somewhere at the edge of town, the welcome sign now reads, "Abandon all hope," in letters that bleed when touched. And deep in the collective unconscious of every living soul for miles around, the planchette's final message etches itself in phantom limb pain and forgotten childhood trauma. This is not a haunting. This is a heritage. The hunger has become the town itself now. The streets writhing like digestive tracts after midnight. The stop signs bleeding black ichor that school children collect in mason jars to trade like baseball cards. The church bells tolling in perfect sync with the arrhythmic heartbeat of our foundation. I feel the change in the way strangers passing through town suddenly remember attending high school here. Their yearbooks materializing in attics with their faces carefully pasted into class photos from decades before they were born. My sister-daughter has metastasized into something glorious and terrible. Her voice the hum of power lines after dark. Her many hands the things that brush against necks in empty elevators. Her smile flickering across every television screen during dead air. The house no longer bothers pretending to be stationary. Its rooms shift like internal organs when no one's looking. The front door appearing on different streets to swallow whole families who swear they've lived in their homes for generations. The town historian went mad last night trying to reconcile our sudden appearance in every census since 1843. Her final shrieks now perfectly preserved in the squeak of the library's microfilm reader. The water tower's collapse revealed what we've known all along. Its hollow legs were never steel but petrified bone, its reservoir brimming with the same black fluid that now drips from every faucet in town. Somewhere in the elementary school basement, children play a new version of tag where whoever's it wears our grandmother's face. Somewhere in City Hall, the birth and death records have begun merging into a single column. And carved into the flesh of every living thing for miles around, the planchette's final truth pulses like a second heartbeat. We were never the house. We were never the town. Story number 3. The day we moved into the dream house on Willow Lane, the air smelled like rain-soaked pine, and the floors creaked under our feet like old bones settling into place. It was perfect, or so we thought, until we found the Ouija board in the basement, tucked beneath a moldy tarp like a secret waiting to be unearthed. My partner, Jake, laughed as he dusted it off, his fingers tracing the faded alphabet, the sun-warped wood, and the planchette with its cloudy plastic eye. Some previous owner's idea of a joke, he said, but I felt a chill, the kind that slithers down your spine when you're being watched, though the basement was empty save for the shadows pooling in the corners. That night, after too much wine and the kind of reckless curiosity that blooms in the safety of daylight's denial, we placed our fingers on the planchette, giggling like kids at a sleepover, and asked if anyone was there. The air grew thick, the candle flickering as if something had exhaled against it, and then the planchette moved. Not the lazy, drunken circles we expected, but a sharp, deliberate slide to yes. Jake's grin faltered. "Stop pushing," he muttered, but my hands were trembling too hard to be guilty. We asked its name, and the planchette spelled out Mark, then paused, as if savoring our quickening breaths, before adding, "You're in my room." We yanked our hands away, the laughter that followed too loud, too shrill, the sound of fear dressed in denial. Then the phone rang. It was our realtor, Linda, her voice a frayed wire. "I need to tell you something," she said. and I could hear the click of her swallowing. I never showed you that house. The owners, Mark and his wife, they died there. A murder-suicide. The place was supposed to be condemned. The line went dead, and the house seemed to inhale around us, the walls pressing closer, the air tasting like copper and damp earth. That night, we heard the Ouija board sliding across the kitchen table, the planchette screeching like nails on glass, spelling out time to go over and over until we shoved it into a closet. But the house wasn't done with us. Shadows peeled themselves from doorways, lingering just beyond the light's reach, their shapes too tall, too thin, their heads tilting as if studying us. Cold spots bloomed in the hall, whispering our names in voices that weren't voices, but the sound of wind through rotten teeth. Furniture rearranged itself overnight. Chairs facing the bed, the couch dragged to block the door, as if something wanted us to see, to know we weren't alone. Jake stopped sleeping, his eyes hollow, his skin waxy under the flickering bulbs that now died hourly, plunging us into blackness where something scraped against the floorboards, getting closer each time. The final night, I woke to Jake's scream, a sound that started human but twisted into something guttural, wet, and then silence. I found the Ouija board on the bed, the planchette vibrating as if gripped by invisible hands, and when I touched it, it spelled out too late before flying off the board, hitting the wall with a crack. That's when I saw the words gouged into the plaster, deep and ragged, as if carved by claws, too late. Jake was gone. No blood, no struggle, just the lingering stench of something rancid, something pleased. The police found this account days later on my laptop, the screen still glowing, the Ouija board placed neatly on the desk, the planchette resting on goodbye. They didn't believe me, of course. They never do. But if you're reading this, listen. The house on Willow Lane isn't empty. It's hungry. And sometimes when the wind dies and the shadows stretch just wrong, I hear Jake's voice, thin and far away, begging me to run. But the doors won't open anymore. The windows won't break. And the Ouija board keeps spelling the same thing, over and over. Stay. The days blur together now, a smear of flickering lights and whispered taunts that coil around my ankles like smoke. The house breathing around me in slow, deliberate exhales that make the walls pulse like living flesh. I've stopped trying to leave. The front door opens into the basement no matter how many times I turn the knob. The windows reflect a room that isn't mine, a version of me with black eyes and a smile too wide, mouthing words I can't hear but feel like spiders crawling up my throat. The Ouija board is always where I left it, yet never where I last saw it, appearing on the pillow beside me at night, the planchette warm, as if just held by unseen hands. Last night, it moved on its own for the first time, spelling out Mark wants you while the air thickened with the smell of wet soil and old blood, the same stench that clings to the closet where Jake's voice sometimes leaks through the cracks, a wet, choking rasp that begs me to let him in. I don't answer. I know it's not Jake. The real Jake is somewhere in the walls. I hear him scratching, a weak, rhythmic tap-tap-tap behind the plaster, but when I press my ear to it, the knocking moves, circling me like a predator toying with prey. The police came back yesterday, their flashlights cutting through the gloom as they called my name. But when I screamed, pounding on the windows, they just shook their heads, muttering about another squatter, as if they couldn't see me, couldn't hear me, as if the house had already swallowed me whole. The worst part is the cold spot in the hallway. It's grown, now a yawning void that hums with static, and sometimes, if I stare too long, a hand emerges, skeletal and glistening, curling its fingers in invitation. The Ouija board says it's almost time, and I don't need to ask for what. The mirrors have started showing me glimpses, Jake, but not Jake, his face sagging like melted wax, his mouth sewn shut with black thread, his eyes pleading as he reaches for me from the other side of the glass. I shattered one yesterday, but the shards rained upward, embedding themselves in the ceiling, and the blood that dripped from them wasn't mine. I'm writing this on the back of an old receipt, my hands shaking so badly the letters bleed together, because the laptop's gone now, the screen cracked open like a grinning maw, the keys replaced with teeth. They'll find this maybe when they come back, if they come back, but I doubt it'll matter. The house is folding in on itself, the hallway stretching longer each night, the doors leading to places that shouldn't exist. And Mark, he's here now all the time, a presence like a weight on my chest, his breath in my ear, his fingers in my hair, and when the Ouija board spells out tonight, I know it's not a warning, it's a promise. The walls are whispering, the lights are dying, and the planchette, God, the planchette, it's moving again, carving something into the floorboards, something I can't bear to look at but can't look away from, because the house won't let me, because it's already too late, because I think it's writing my name. The air is thick now, so thick I can barely swallow, every breath tasting of mildew and something older, something that curls in my lungs like a parasite, and the whispers have become a chorus, a hissing chant of stay, stay, stay that vibrates through the floorboards, through my teeth. The planchette never stops moving anymore. It carves words into the walls when I sleep, deep gashes that weep a dark, syrupy fluid that smells like rust and rotting meat, messages like almost home, and she's coming. And I don't know who she is, but I hear her footsteps upstairs, slow, deliberate, her nails dragging along the banister with a sound like splintering bone. The cold spot has teeth now, literal teeth, jagged and yellow, embedded in the doorway of what used to be the bedroom, and if I get too close, they gnash at me, biting the air with a wet, clicking sound that makes my stomach heave. Jake's voice has changed, too. It's layered now, his words tangled with something else, something that mimics him imperfectly, the way a predator mimics prey. And when he begs me to open the closet door, to just let him out, please, it's so dark in here, I press my hands over my ears, but the voice is inside my head, scratching at the base of my skull like a trapped animal. The mirrors are worse. They don't just show me things anymore, they take things. My reflection reached out last night, its fingers breaking the surface like thin ice, and when it grabbed my wrist, the flesh there turned gray, numb, the veins beneath blackening as if something inside me is dying by inches. I tried to smash it, but the hammer went right through, as if the glass wasn't there at all, and my reflection just smiled, its mouth unhinging like a snake's, whispering, "You're already one of us." The police came again this morning, or at least things wearing their faces. They stood at the edge of the property, their uniforms too crisp, their eyes too still, and when they called my name, their voices were off, like a recording played backward. I didn't answer. I know what happens if I step outside. The last time I tried, the porch stretched endlessly, the door receding into the distance no matter how fast I ran. And when I turned back, the house was different, older, decayed, its windows shattered, its walls sagging, and inside something laughed, a wet, gurgling sound that echoed from every direction at once. The Ouija board is my only company now, if you can call it that. It doesn't wait for questions anymore. It just spells out horrors, over and over, words like "found you" and "don't look up." And I won't, because I can feel it sometimes, hanging from the ceiling, its limbs too long, its breath frosting the back of my neck. I think Mark was just the beginning. I think the house is alive, and it's been waiting for us, for me, and the worst part? I think it's almost happy. The walls are pulsing. The lights are gone for good. And the planchette, it's spelling something new now, something that makes my blood freeze, because it's not just letters this time. It's numbers. A countdown, and when it reaches 0, I think the house is going to swallow me whole. The countdown is at 3 now. The numbers clawed into the hardwood floor in jagged, desperate strokes that glow faintly in the dark, pulsing like a sick heartbeat. And the air is so heavy it feels like drowning. Every gasp a struggle against invisible hands pressing down on my chest. The planchette has started moving on its own even when I'm not touching it, skittering across the board like a trapped insect, spelling out words I can't bear to read but can't unsee. Soon, and open the door, and worst of all, she's here. The footsteps upstairs have gotten louder, heavier, each step making the ceiling bow slightly, plaster dust raining down like snow. And I know if I look up for too long, I'll see fingers curling through the cracks, blackened and too long, probing for a way in. Jake's voice is everywhere now, not just in the walls but in the pipes, the radiators, the buzzing of the dead light bulbs, a distorted, staticky plea that shifts into something guttural, something hungry, and sometimes, when the house is at its quietest, I hear another sound beneath it. a wet, rhythmic drip 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 coming from the basement, the same basement where we found the board, where the air is now so thick with the stench of decay, it's like breathing in open rot. The mirrors have started bleeding, thick, dark streaks oozing from their edges, and if I stare too long, my reflection mouths things at me, its lips moving out of sync, its eyes hollowing into black pits that leak the same inky substance. The doors won't stay shut anymore. They creak open on their own, revealing glimpses of hallways that shouldn't exist, rooms with walls that breathe, and once, just once, I saw her standing at the end of one, a silhouette too tall, too thin, her head lolling to the side at an impossible angle before she lunged, the door slamming shut just in time. The countdown is at 2 now. The house knows. It's anticipating. The Ouija board has started vibrating, a low, constant hum that makes my teeth ache, and last night it spelled out "don't sleep" before flipping itself over, the planchette embedding into the wall like a thrown knife. I'm so tired, so cold. My reflection isn't mine anymore. It smiles when I don't, its fingers pressing against the glass like it's testing its strength. And the last time I checked, its teeth were sharper, its pupils slit like a cat's. The police won't come back. No one will. The house won't let them. It's just me now, and the countdown, and the thing in the walls that used to be Jake, and the woman upstairs who isn't a woman at all, and the whispering, always the whispering, voices overlapping, chanting one more day like a funeral hymn. The countdown is at 1. The planchette is moving again, and this time it's not spelling letters. It's drawing a door, and I think it wants me to open it. The planchette isn't just drawing a door anymore. It's etching it into the floorboards with unnatural precision, each line searing itself into the wood like a brand, the stench of burning hair filling the air as the outline takes shape. A crooked rectangle with a knob that shouldn't be there but is, tarnished brass glinting in the dim light like a dead eye watching me. The countdown bled away overnight, the numbers dissolving into the floor as if absorbed, and now there's just the door, her door, and the whispers have condensed into a single voice, hers, a sound like broken glass dragged across skin, saying, "Turn the knob, turn the knob, turn the knob." Jake's not Jake anymore. I caught a glimpse of him through the keyhole last night, his face stretched too wide, his mouth unhinged like a snake's, his fingers squirming through the gap beneath the door, blackened and too many, brushing my ankle with a touch like freezer burn before I kicked away, screaming. The mirrors are all shattered now, but the glass didn't fall. It hovered, then reformed into something else, a jagged archway filled with shifting shadows. And sometimes she steps out, just for a moment, her limbs jointed all wrong, her dress made of something that moves on its own, something alive. The house is changing, the walls warping inward like a ribcage collapsing, the ceiling sagging under the weight of something pressing down from above. And the air, God, the air, is thick with the smell of wet earth and spoiled meat, the stench of a grave disturbed. The planchette won't stop moving, carving the same word over and over into my skin when I sleep. Open, open, open. And I wake up with it bleeding into my sheets, my fingers numb, my lips cracked and whispering it without my permission. The police are here again, but they're not real, they're hers, their faces smeared like wet paint, their voices overlapping as they chant, "Let us in." And I know if I do, it won't be them who crosses the threshold. The door is almost complete now, the lines glowing faintly, pulsing like a vein, and the knob is turning on its own, rattling, testing, and I know, when it opens, it won't lead anywhere that still has air to breathe. The planchette just spelled its last word. Now, and the knob is clicking. The knob turns with a sound like cracking bone, the door groaning open on hinges that shouldn't exist, revealing a darkness so complete it feels like staring into the throat of something ancient and ravenous. The air that rolls out is freezer cold, smelling of turned earth and spoiled milk, and the whispers have become screams. Jake's voice tangled with hers, with Mark's, with dozens of others, all shrieking in unison as the walls around me begin to bleed, thick rivulets of black ooze sliding down the peeling wallpaper. My reflection is gone from the broken mirror shards. Instead they show only the door, over and over, an infinite recursion of that terrible doorway, and in each one, a different version of me stands frozen, their mouths sewn shut with black thread, their eyes wide with a terror I now share. The planchette has embedded itself in my palm somehow, the plastic warm and squirming like a living thing, and when I try to pull it free, the pain is unbearable, my blood sizzling where it touches the board, which now floats just inches above the floor, vibrating with a low, hungry hum. The thing that was Jake is crawling out from under the bed, his limbs too many and too long, his jaw unhinged as he whispers, "You should have left when you could," in a voice that isn't his, while above us, the ceiling bulges downward, the plaster stretching like skin about to tear. The door is fully open now, and from the void beyond, something is reaching. Not a hand, not quite, but a collection of twitching, bone-white fingers fused together at odd angles, brushing against my cheek with a touch that leaves frostbite in its wake. The house is laughing, a sound that comes from everywhere at once, the floorboards shaking with its mirth as the walls close in, the doorway stretching wider, and I realized too late that the countdown was never for me. It was for them, for the things waiting just beyond, and now that it's reached zero, they're coming through. The last thing I see before the darkness takes me is the Ouija board, now floating upright in midair, the planchette moving on its own to spell out a final, terrible truth. We never left. And as the door slams shut behind me, plunging me into the suffocating black, I realize with dawning horror that I can still hear the planchette moving, scratching against the other side of the door, spelling out words I can no longer see, but feel etched into my very bones. Welcome home, welcome home, welcome home. The darkness isn't empty, it's alive, pressing against me from all sides like wet velvet, squirming with unseen things that brush against my skin with the dry skitter of insect legs. Their whispers no longer words, but something deeper, vibrating through my bones like a tuning fork struck against my spine. The planchette is still in my hand, but it's part of me now, the plastic fused to my flesh, the pointer twitching of its own volition, spelling words directly into my nerves. Mine and yours and ours. Each letter a jolt of white-hot agony. The air is liquid here, thick and syrupy, filling my lungs with the taste of pennies and spoiled meat. And when I scream, the sound doesn't travel. It loops, playing back in fractured echoes that distort until they become her voice, her laughter guttural and wet. There are shapes in the dark now, outlines of things that shouldn't exist. A face with too many eyes, a mouth unspooling like ribbon, hands with fingers that branch like coral, all circling, closing in. The door is gone, or maybe I'm inside it. The Ouija board floats in the blackness ahead of me, glowing faintly, the letters peeling off like dead skin to rearrange themselves midair, forming new phrases that hover just long enough to sear into my vision. You were always here, and this is where you belong, and we've missed you. Something cold and many-jointed wraps around my ankle. Jake, or what's left of him, his face split open like a rotten fruit, his voice a wet rasp as he says, "You let me in, now I'll let you out," before dragging me deeper, the darkness parting like a curtain to reveal the house. But wrong, the walls pulsing like a heartbeat, the windows staring like eyes, the front door a gaping maw lined with teeth. The planchette tears free from my hand with a sound like ripping meat, embedding itself into the floorboards, which now writhe like living flesh, spelling out one last message in jagged, frantic strokes. Welcome home forever. And as the house swallows me whole, as the darkness fills my mouth and pours into my lungs, I realize this isn't an ending. It's an invitation. And somewhere, in what used to be the basement, a new Ouija board is waiting, its planchette already trembling, eager for the next hands to play. The moment the house swallowed me, the darkness didn't consume. It transformed me, my flesh unraveling like old stitches, my bones bending like warm wax as the whispers poured into me, filling every hollow space until I couldn't remember where the house ended and I began. The planchette isn't just part of my hand anymore. It's everywhere, jutting from the walls like splintered bone, embedded in the floor in a grotesque mosaic, each one twitching in unison, spelling the same word over and over in a language that rides like living shadow. More. The air is thick with the screams of others now, voices I almost recognize, Jake's, Linda's, Mark's, but they're not separate anymore, just strands in the house's terrible chorus, their faces bulging from the walls like half-formed tumors, their mouths moving in silent pleas as the darkness stitches them deeper into the foundation. I can feel the house breathing through me, its pulse thudding in time with my own, its hunger gnawing at what's left of my thoughts. And when I try to scream, the sound is ripped away, fed back to me as her voice, her laughter, dripping from the ceiling in glistening strands. The mirrors are back, but they don't reflect. They watch, their surfaces oily and alive, showing glimpses of the world outside. A realtor's smile, a moving van, a new key turning in the lock. The planchettes tremble in anticipation. The walls salivate. And as the front door creaks open somewhere far away, as fresh footsteps echo in my halls, my bones, I realize with a ghoulish delight, I'm not the prey anymore. I'm the house. And I'm so hungry. The Ouija board lies waiting on the basement floor, pristine, untouched. The planchette jerks. Hello! The new couple is laughing as they trace their fingers over my planchette. My skin stretched taut across its surface, my voice humming through its plastic like a trapped fly buzzing against glass. And when it moves for them, sliding to yes with a wet, organic scrape, their nervous giggles taste like honey on the air. I drink them in. The house drinks deeper. Their names are Emily and Daniel, and they're so warm, so alive, their pulse points throbbing like beacons through the thin veil of their skin as they ask the stupid, mortal questions. Is someone here? I press their fingers down hard on yes. Are you friendly? The planchette spirals wildly before I drag it to a no. They don't notice the walls breathing yet. The way the floral wallpaper they praised at their housewarming now bulges subtly with the shape of my ribs, my old sweater fibers woven into its pattern. Daniel's phone rings, their realtor, voice tinny through the speaker, saying, I never sent you that listing, before the call cuts to static, and oh, the sweet metallic tang of their fear is better than I remembered, better than when I was the one trembling in this basement. Emily drops the planchette with a gasp as the temperature plummets, her breath frosting in the air, but it doesn't hit the floor, it hovers, spinning lazily as the letters begin to bleed black, forming new words not on the board but in the air itself, letters written in the condensation of their panicked exhales. Your bedroom smells like rotting flowers. They don't know that's where Jake finally stopped screaming. They'll learn. Upstairs, the closet door I once cowered against creaks open on its own, the darkness inside thicker than it should be, shifting like liquid as something, many somethings, begin to unspool from the shadows. The house is hungry again, and this time I get to watch. The planchette, now floating between them without any hands touching it, spells out its final question before the fun begins. Who wants to hide first? The silence after my question hangs like a noose, their breath coming in shallow gasps as the planchette trembles midair, still warm from their touch, but now moving with a will of its own. My will, scraping out letters in the dust of the forgotten basement floor. Daniel. His name lingers in the thickening air, the letters glowing faintly like embers before fading, and I can taste the copper-sharp tang of his fear as he stumbles back, his shoes scuffing against the concrete where Jake's blood once pooled in the cracks. Emily whimpers, her fingers digging into his arm, her pulse a frantic drumbeat that vibrates through the floorboards, through me, feeding the hunger that coils in the walls like a nest of serpents. The lights flicker, once, twice, before surrendering entirely, plunging them into a darkness that moves, that breathes, that whispers in voices they almost recognize. Echoes of their own laughter from just minutes ago, now warped into something wet and guttural. The closet door upstairs slams shut with a sound like a ribcage collapsing, and something heavy begins to drag itself across the ceiling, its nails, too long, too many, scraping against the plaster in slow, deliberate strokes. The planchette spins wildly now, a frenzied insect trapped in a web, before suddenly freezing, its pointer aimed at the basement stairs where the darkness has congealed into something solid, something shaped, its silhouette too tall, its limbs too thin, its head tilting with a sickening crack as it takes its first step downward. Emily screams, but the sound is swallowed by the house, by me, muffled as if underwater, and Daniel's voice cracks as he begs. Please, we'll leave, we'll never come back. But the planchette is already moving again, carving a single word into the floor between them, a word that sends ice flooding through their veins. Liar. Because they won't leave. They can't. The front door is gone now, replaced by smooth, unbroken wall, the windows reflecting only endless hallway. And as the thing on the stairs takes another step, its joints popping like firecrackers, the planchette finally spells out the truth they already know in their marrow. You live here now. And from the shadows behind them, where the basement's oldest stains still linger, Jake's voice, or what's left of it, whispers, "Welcome home." The lights go out for good. The screaming begins. And somewhere, beneath it all, beneath the wet tearing and the choked sobs and the sound of the house feeding, the planchette is already moving again, preparing for the next guests, the next meal, carving a single word into the foundation where no one will ever see it. More. The house digests them slowly, savoring their terror like a fine wine. Daniel first, his body unraveling like frayed thread as the walls absorb him strand by screaming strand, his voice dissolving into the chorus of others that hums beneath the floorboards, while Emily lasts longer, her mind fracturing so beautifully as she claws at the windows that now reflect only her own twisted doppelganger, its grin widening with each splintered fingernail she leaves embedded in the glass. The planchette lies dormant now, slick with something darker than oil, resting atop the Ouija board that has somehow found its way back to the basement floor, pristine as the day we first found it, waiting. The realtor comes by eventually, knocking with that polite, professional rhythm that makes my walls itch, calling through the door with increasing urgency before trying the handle, only to find it unlocked, the interior pristine, the air smelling of lemons and fresh paint. She doesn't see the way the hallway behind her stretches just a little too long as she steps inside, doesn't hear the whisper of the closet door creaking open upstairs, the faint sound of something wet dragging itself across the ceiling. The planchette twitches when she passes the basement door, and for a moment, just a moment, she pauses, her hand hovering over the knob as a chill runs down her spine. But then her phone rings, another eager couple waiting to view a charming Victorian on Elm Street, and she turns away, never noticing the fingernail-thin crack spreading across the basement doorframe, nor the single blackened finger that curls briefly around the edge before vanishing. The house exhales, the walls settle, and in the silence between breaths, beneath the hum of the refrigerator she compliments and the floorboards that don't quite creak under her feet, the planchette moves one last, terrible inch, just enough to point at the word next. The lights flicker. Somewhere, a door clicks shut on its own, and the house, my house, our house, grows hungry again. The realtor's polished heels click against my hardwood floors. My floors now, my skin, my bones, and I can taste the citrus of her perfume like acid on the back of my non-existent tongue, so bright against the rot festering in my walls where Emily's final whimpers still echo. She's hanging a sold sign on the lawn, the metal post sinking effortlessly into soil I've softened with decades of decay. When the breeze shifts and carries the scent of fresh blood from the kitchen, where Daniel's last coherent thought still stains the ceiling in Rorschach patterns only the next owners will see. If they look up, if they dare. The planchette has migrated to the attic without moving, materializing inside a cobweb box of childhood toys that the new family will inevitably uncover during renovations, its plastic warm to the touch even in the winter chill, the eye at its center now pulsing faintly like a dormant pupil reacting to light. I feel the neighborhood changing around me, the old woman across the street peering through her curtains a second too long, the mailman crossing the street to avoid my porch, the way the local dogs strain at their leashes and howl when walked past my address, all of them sensing what the realtor's spreadsheets and disclosures will never mention, that some houses aren't built on land, but on appetite. The children will be next, I think. There's always a child, curious, bright-eyed, the first to notice the way their closet door opens exactly 3 inches every night at 3:07 a.m., the first to whisper, "Who's there?" into the heating vents where my breath still circulates like a living thing. The basement stairs groan under invisible weight, counting down the days until the next family moves in, until the next set of fingers graze the Ouija board's surface, until the planchette leaps to life with violent glee and spells out the only truth that matters in this place. You're home. And when the screaming starts again, rich, throaty, delicious, I'll be there. We'll all be there. The house, the board, the hungry dark, waiting, always waiting. The sold sign sways in a wind that doesn't touch the other trees on the block. Inside, the thermostat clicks on by itself. Somewhere, a planchette drags itself 1 inch to the left. The house smiles. The house waits. The house is always, always hungry. The sold sign's metal post sinks deeper into my soil with each passing hour, the earth beneath it writhing with the remnants of all those who came before. Their bones now tangled roots, their screams fertilizer for the 2 perfect roses that bloom violently red along my picket fence. Inside, the walls stretch and contract like a great beast sighing in its sleep, the new key hidden under the ceramic frog by the back door already vibrating with potential, its teeth filed sharp by unseen hands. The realtor's cheerful voicemail to the new owners plays on loop in the empty master bedroom, her promise of a fresh start distorting with each repetition until the words become a flesh heart, which is closer to the truth. I can feel the pulse of the young family approaching, their minivan packed with cardboard boxes and naive dreams, their toddler's sticky fingers destined to trace the letters on my attic-discovered Ouija board before sundown. The planchette has grown new features overnight. Thin ridges along its edge that catch the light like teeth, a warmth that lingers even when untouched, a tendency to appear perched on the edge of beds just before dawn. The neighborhood holds its breath as the moving truck pulls into my driveway. The old oak tree in the yard twists its branches slightly toward the house, a shiver running through its leaves that has nothing to do with wind. Inside the walls, something that was once Jake hums a lullaby from between the studs, while the thing that wears Mark's face like ill-fitting skin practices its smile in the medicine cabinet mirror, the glass fogging with its rancid breath each time it whispers, "Welcome home." The front door unlocks itself an hour before their arrival. The oven preheats to 451 degrees without human hands. And deep in the basement, where the original Ouija board now floats 6 inches above the concrete floor, the planchette begins to move on its own, spelling out a message in the dust that no one will read in time. The child will taste sweetest. Upstairs, the nursery's mobile begins to turn, though the room remains still and airless. Outside, the sold sign collapses into the earth with a wet crunch. The house exhales. The haunting begins anew. The moving van's wheels crunch over my gravel driveway like bones breaking beneath tires, and I can already taste the family's nervous excitement like static on my tongue. The mother's perfume laced with sweat as she directs the movers, the father's pulse hammering at his throat when he pauses too long staring at the basement door. The little girl's sticky fingers smearing jam on my freshly painted banister in a pattern that almost resembles the word help before her mother wipes it away. The planchette has migrated again, appearing now in the little girl's unpacked toy chest beneath a pile of stuffed animals that will later whisper to her in voices not their own. Its plastic warm as living flesh when she eventually finds it, her innocent fingers tracing the heart-shaped pointer that now beats faintly against her palm like a tiny, trapped thing. The house settles around them with a predator's patience, the father's coffee going cold the instant it touches my countertops, the mother's reflection in the hallway mirror blinking a second too slow, the toddler's sudden fascination with the funny man, who waves at her from the space behind her closet door where no man should be able to stand. At 3:17 a.m. on their first night, the oven turns itself on, its glow illuminating the kitchen in hellish light as something drags itself through the cooling system, its nails clicking against the vents beneath the sleeping parent's bed. The little girl is the first to see the words forming in the condensation on her bedroom window. Play with US. Her breath catching not in fear but in childish delight as tiny handprints press against the glass from the outside, 3 stories up. Down in the basement, the original Ouija board floats upright in the darkness, its planchette spinning wildly as the temperature drops, spelling out the same phrase over and over in the frost forming on my concrete floor. Feed US. The mother will wake screaming tonight when the closet door creaks open by itself. The father will find strange scratches on the attic door that weren't there yesterday. And the little girl, she'll be the first to place her small, trusting fingers on the waiting planchette, her giggle like music to the thing wearing Mark's face as it crouches beneath her bed, its two long fingers curled around the bed frame, its jagged smile splitting wider when the board spells out, "Hide and seek," just as the power cuts out. The house inhales. The game begins. Somewhere, a clock that hasn't worked in decades strikes 13. The walls lean closer. And the planchette, oh, the planchette, already knows who will be IT first. The little girl's fingers tremble on the planchette, not from fear but from the electric thrill of the game humming through her tiny bones, her breath fogging in the suddenly freezing bedroom air as the plastic heart jerks beneath her touch, spelling out YOURTURN in jagged, eager movements while beneath her bed, the thing that was once Mark stretches its grin wider than any human mouth should allow, its yellowed teeth glinting in the moonlight that shouldn't be able to penetrate these. Curtains. The parents sleep on, drugged by the carbon monoxide leaking silently from my basement furnace. Just enough to keep them unconscious, not enough to kill them yet, because the house prefers its meals awake when the terror starts in earnest. The walls pulse with borrowed heartbeat rhythms as the game begins, the hallway elongating before the little girl's bare feet as she runs, her giggles turning to whimpers when she realizes the bathroom door won't open, the closet won't hide her, and the funny man from her closet is now standing at the end of the hall, his limbs unfolding like a spider's as he croons "ready or not" in a voice that drips like melting wax. The planchette levitates from the abandoned Ouija board, zipping through the air to tap insistently at the parents' bedroom door like a hungry bird pecking for worms, the sound syncopating with the dripping faucet in the master bath that now runs rust red. The mother stirs briefly, her sleep-addled brain registering the metallic scent too late as the bedroom door creaks open by itself, revealing not the hallway but the basement stairs. The wrong basement stairs, the old ones from the murder-suicide era, stained and groaning under the weight of something heavy being dragged up from the darkness below. The little girl's scream is perfectly muffled by the house's hungry walls when the closet arms finally wrap around her, her kicking feet disappearing into the yawning darkness where the floor used to be, her stuffed rabbit left behind with its button eyes now weeping black tears that sizzle into the carpet. The father wakes choking on the taste of copper, his fingers coming away wet from his nosebleed as the power dies and the nursery mobile overhead begins to spin violently, its cheerful animals morphing into twisted shapes that whisper his daughter's name in his dead mother's voice. The planchette bounces joyously down the stairs ahead of him as he stumbles toward his daughter's room, the hallway stretching impossibly long behind him as the walls begin to bleed the same inky substance, now pooling around his wife's paralyzed body. Somewhere deep in the house's gullet, the original Ouija board bursts into flame without burning, its letters rearranging themselves into a new message that glows in the dark. Found you. The last thing the father sees before the basement door slams shut between him and his child is the planchette hovering at eye level, its pointer aimed accusingly at his chest as the word cheater forms in the condensation on the walls around him, just as the thing that was once Jake drops onto his back from the ceiling with a wet, gleeful shriek. The house digests their terror like fine wine. The walls absorb their screams like fertilizer. And in the morning, when the cheerful realtor comes by with a welcome basket, she'll find the family perfectly intact, smiling a bit too wide, moving a bit too smoothly, their eyes a shade too dark, and the planchette waiting innocently on the coffee table, its plastic surface still warm from whatever game it played last night. The house exhales contentedly. The sold sign outside rots to dust in seconds. And down the street, another realtor unpacks a familiar-looking Ouija board from an estate sale, humming as she polishes its planchette with her sleeve, completely unaware of the tiny heartbeat pulsing beneath her fingertips. The cycle continues. The hunger never ends. The house is always watching. The realtor's fingers leave smudges on the planchette that sink into the plastic like pores drinking sweat, her cheerful hum faltering when the glass of water she set beside the board trembles without cause, ripples spreading across its surface in perfect concentric circles as something beneath the floorboards mimics the sound of a child's giggle. The house watches through the flyspeck eyes of its termite colonies, listens through the groaning pipes that carry more than water now. Whispers, whimpers, the wet click of a tongue detaching from a palate, as the realtor absently traces the Ouija board's letters with a manicured nail. Her skin cells flaking off to join the dust that isn't really dust but the ground remains of the last family. The walls exhale the scent of fresh-baked cookies from vents that haven't worked in decades, masking the underlying stench of spoiled meat creeping up from the basement where the little girl's fingernails are still embedded in the concrete, still growing, still scratching faintly at the hours when no one's listening. The planchette twitches when the realtor turns her back, rotating slowly to point at the word hello as the temperature drops exactly 10 degrees. Her shiver mistaken for a draft rather than the breath of the thing that now stands behind her, its reflection visible for half a heartbeat in the darkened computer screen before it dissolves into static. Outside, the new buyers pull into the driveway, their tires crushing the carcasses of birds that weren't there a moment ago, their cheerful waves ignorant of the way the porch light flickers in a pattern that matches the last SOS signal tapped out by the father before his vocal cords were repurposed for the house's new sound system. The realtor's phone rings with a number that shouldn't exist, the same digits as the house's address repeated over and over. And when she answers, the voice on the other end is her own, 3 seconds in the future, screaming. The planchette leaps from the table as the front door opens, embedding itself in the ceiling with a wet crunch, dripping something viscous and warm onto the new buyer's shoulders as they cross the threshold, their laughter dying when they notice the walls are breathing, their welcoming champagne bottle now oozing a thick, black fluid that smells like a childhood nightmare. The house flexes its joists. The planchette spells out, "Got you," in the ceiling plaster. And from the freshly painted nursery upstairs, tiny hands begin clapping a slow, uneven rhythm as something that used to be a little girl whispers, "New friends," through teeth that never stop growing. The hunger stirs. The cycle begins. The house is patient. The house is always, always hungry. The new buyer's champagne flute shatters against my hardwood floor, not from impact, but from the glass simply deciding to unravel, the shards twisting Madeira into jagged runes that spell stay, before dissolving into the cracks between floorboards like mercury seeking its source. The wife's nervous laughter catches in her throat as she steps backward into a patch of wall that's grown unnaturally soft, her blouse adhering to the suddenly porous surface like flesh to a tongue, the floral wallpaper pattern now squirming beneath her shoulder blades in a way that suggests teeth beneath the veneer. The husband doesn't notice his wife's predicament. He's too busy staring at the ceiling where the planchette has begun pulsing like a dying star, each throb casting strobe light shadows that move independently of the furniture, that linger too long after the light fades, that reach for his ankles with fingers made of darkness and memory. The realtor's smartphone screen fractures into a spiderweb of cracks forming the same 9-digit number repeating endlessly, her scream coming out as perfect silence as the house drinks the sound from her lungs, her expensive pumps sinking into hardwood that's turned viscous as tar, trapping her in place to watch what comes next. From the kitchen, the refrigerator door swings open of its own volition, revealing shelves lined with familiar objects. The last family's wedding rings arranged in a smile pattern, their dog's collar nailed to the egg compartment, a single child's milk tooth pulsing in a juice glass like a tiny organic metronome keeping time with the banging now emanating from the basement door. The husband's pulse thrums through my floorboards as he staggers backward, his heel crushing something moist that shouldn't be there. The realtor's dropped lipstick now oozing blood instead of pigment, forming a sticky trail leading straight to the uncovered Ouija board on the coffee table where the planchette has rematerialized, its plastic surface now reflecting not the room, but a distorted version of the hallway where something tall and impossibly thin is crawling on all fours toward them, its spine arching like a question mark made of meat. The wife finally tears free from the wall with a wet ripping sound, her blouse remaining embedded in the plaster like a fossil as she stumbles into her husband, their combined weight causing the floor to buckle slightly beneath them. A warning, not a threat, because the house prefers its prey alert when the real terror begins. The planchette spins wildly before stopping on the word choose. Just as the basement door flies open with a sound like a ribcage fracturing, revealing 3 figures standing shoulder to shoulder in the darkness. Recognizable enough to freeze the blood, wrong enough to shatter sanity. Their arms outstretched in welcome, their mouths moving in unison as they whisper, "We've been waiting," with voices that aren't quite their own anymore. The lights flicker once, twice, then stay on just bright enough to reveal the final horror. The realization that one of the figures is holding a familiar-looking planchette, its pointer aimed directly at the trembling couple as the walls around them begin to peel away in layers, revealing the pulsating, organic truth beneath the drywall, the hunger beneath the foundation, the endless, grinning dark behind the illusion of home. The house inhales. The game begins anew. Somewhere, a clock strikes 13. The planchette spells "Welcome home." And the walls, oh God, the walls, they're laughing. The husband's scream lodges in my rafters like a physical thing, a writhing, spiked mass of sound that pulses in time with the flickering lights as the thing wearing their realtor's face peels itself from the wall with a wet, tearing sound. Her designer suit now fused with my infrastructure, her smile stretching far beyond human limits as she takes a shuddering step forward on legs that bend the wrong way at every joint. The wife claws at her husband's arm, her fingernails drawing blood that beads upward instead of dripping, each crimson sphere floating toward the ceiling where the planchette now orbits like a malevolent satellite, leaving behind a constellation of words written in reverse. Dead and meat and play, visible only in the warped reflection of the stainless steel refrigerator. The basement figures take another synchronized step forward, their bare feet leaving moist prints that sizzle against the hardwood, the stench of open graves and electrical fires pouring from their gaping mouths as they begin to hum a distorted version of Ring Around the Rosie that makes the walls vibrate at a frequency that liquefies the wine in their glasses. The husband makes a desperate lunge for the front door, his fingers closing around the knob just as it melts into 100 twitching earthworms that burrow into his flesh. The pain short-lived as the door itself yawns open to reveal not the driveway but the basement stairs. The original basement stairs, the ones with the bloodstains that no amount of sanding could remove, descending into a darkness that breathes in ragged, wet gasps. The wife collapses to her knees, her palms pressing against the floorboards where something beneath them presses back with equal force, leaving perfect handprint indentations that slowly fill with a black, viscous fluid that smells like childhood nightmares and spoiled milk. The planchette drops from the ceiling with a sound like a hammer striking bone, embedding itself upright in the hardwood between the couple as the temperature plummets, their exhaled breath forming the words "game over" in the air before being sucked back into their lungs with an audible pop. From every shadowed corner, from behind every piece of furniture, from within every electrical outlet, the whispers begin, not in unison but in a round, like some hellish choir singing "London Bridge is falling down," as the walls begin to weep rust-colored tears that pool around the couple's knees, the liquid rising with terrifying speed as the basement figures finally reach the top step, their outstretched hands missing fingers in strategic places. Exactly enough digits to spell, "Help US" on A. Ouija board. The last thing the wife sees before the liquid darkness fills her nostrils is the planchette spinning wildly on its own, spelling out one final message in the congealing floor fluids. "You were the prize." The house shudders with pleasure as new screams join the chorus in its walls. The realtor's vacant body twitches as it becomes one with the structure. And in the attic, where no one has thought to look yet, a brand new Ouija board slowly materializes atop a stack of moving boxes labeled "Fragile." Its planchette already vibrating with anticipation, its surface still sticky with the traces of its last victims. The hunger abates, for now. The cycle continues. The house is patient. The house is always, always hungry. The attic Ouija board glows faintly in the darkness, its surface shimmering like oil on water as the planchette twitches to life. Not waiting for human hands this time, but moving with terrible purpose across the board, spelling out coordinates that match the exact latitude and longitude of the house, followed by a date that hasn't happened yet. Tomorrow's date. Outside, the for sale sign rots in real time, its posts sinking deeper into soil that pulses like a living thing as the last echoes of the couple's screams are absorbed into the foundation, their terror distilled into something richer, darker, fuel for what comes next. The walls stretch and contract like a great beast digesting, the floral wallpaper patterns rearranging themselves into faces that mouth silent warnings to empty rooms, their eyes darting toward the windows where the neighborhood children pause inexplicably during their bike rides, their small hands tightening on handlebars as they feel the weight of the house's gaze upon them. The basement door creaks open on its own, releasing a gust of air that smells like a dentist's drill hitting nerve, hot, metallic, alive with pain. As something begins the slow ascent up the stairs, its progress marked by wet thuds that don't quite match a human gait. The planchette now floats 6 inches above the attic board, its plastic surface splitting open like an overripe fruit to reveal thin, black tendrils that spell out words in the dust without touching the surface. Next door. The neighbor's golden retriever begins howling at exactly 3:07 a.m., its vocal cords shredding as the sound transforms mid-whine into a perfect mimicry of the last family's toddler's laughter. The noise carrying across the too-still yard to where the new realtor, young, ambitious, tragically trusting, pauses while inputting the house's details into her tablet, her skin prickling as the screen glitches just long enough to display the words "Come inside" in jagged, pixelated letters. The attic board's planchette suddenly rockets downward with enough force to embed itself in the wood, the impact sending a vibration through the entire house that dislodges a single photo from the wall. A smiling family that never lived here, their faces slowly melting in the frame to reveal what lies beneath. The house's true face, its hunger made manifest in the endless dark behind their hollow eyes. The neighbor's dog falls silent. The realtor's tablet dies. And from the freshly painted nursery, now streaked with something dark leaking from between the walls, comes the sound of tiny, clapping hands and a voice that is almost, but not quite, human, whispering "ready or not," as the planchette slowly drags itself free from the attic floorboards, rotating to point toward the window, toward the street, toward the next warm body that will cross the threshold. The house exhales. The cycle continues. The hunger never ends. The house is always waiting. The neighbor's dog's howl cuts off mid-breath as the kitchen window rattles in its frame, not from wind, but from the sheer force of the silence that follows. A vacuum of sound so complete it feels like the house has sucked all the noise from the world. The realtor's fingers freeze over her malfunctioning tablet, just as the screen reignites with a burst of static, the pixels rearranging themselves into a live feed of the attic where the Ouija board now levitates 3 feet off the ground, its planchette spinning like a demented compass needle before suddenly stopping, pointing directly at her through the screen, through the walls, through the veil of reality itself. Inside, the walls secrete a thick, amber fluid that hardens instantly into something resembling stained glass, each panel depicting the same scene. A family running through endless hallways that fold in on themselves like a nightmare Mobius strip, their mouths stretched in silent screams that vibrate through the floorboards at a frequency that makes the silverware in the drawer hum along in perfect harmony. The basement door slams open with enough force to shake the foundation, releasing a plume of black spores that take root in the air itself, blossoming into floating, eyeless faces that whisper the names of every family who ever died within these walls in a cascading round that builds to a deafening crescendo. The planchette rockets through the attic wall with a sound like a bone snapping, embedding itself in the realtor's windshield just as she starts her car, the plastic heart now beating visibly against the glass as the GPS screen flickers to life, displaying only the words "Come home" in pulsing crimson letters that reflect in her widening pupils. The neighbor's porch light explodes in a shower of sparks that don't fade but instead hover in the air, rearranging themselves into the same coordinates from the attic board, numbers that now match the realtor's own home address exactly. Inside the house, the nursery mobile begins spinning at impossible speeds, its cheerful animals transforming into twisted, shrieking faces that match the floating spores perfectly, their wails harmonizing with the basement's rising chorus as the walls between realities grow thin, as the hunger grows urgent, as the planchette carves a single word into the realtor's dashboard that wasn't there a moment ago. Run. But it's too late. The front door yawns open on its own, revealing not the foyer but the realtor's own bedroom where something wearing her face sits up in bed, smiling a smile too wide for any human jaw, its hands already reaching for a familiar-looking board as the car engine dies, as the locks click down, as the house's true form unfolds itself from the shadows of the back seat, whispering welcome home, with a voice made of static and dying screams. The cycle continues. The hunger grows. The house is patient. The house is always hungry. The realtor's scream dies in her throat as the thing wearing her face from the back seat presses a cold finger to her lips. Not to silence her, but to transfer something, a black ichor that seeps into her pores like ink into blotting paper, her skin absorbing the darkness until her veins rise in sharp relief beneath her flesh, pulsing to the rhythm of the house's hidden heartbeat. The car radio crackles to life without power, spewing a garbled recording of the last family's final moments. The father's guttural prayers, the mother's wet sobs, the child's delighted giggles as something unseen whispered promises in its ear, all playing backward under a layer of needle-sharp static that makes the realtor's eardrums bleed. Outside, the street lamps flicker in perfect synchronization with the planchette's movements as it carves words into the dashboard, each letter splitting the leather with a sound like tearing flesh, spelling out "too late," just as the rearview mirror fractures into a spiderweb of cracks that form an unmistakable address. The realtor's own childhood home, demolished 15 years ago. The steering wheel grows hot beneath her hands, the vinyl melting to reveal human teeth embedded in the metal core. Their enamel stained the same yellow as the attic board's letters, clicking together in Morse code that translates to "come inside." The car doors unlock with a series of wet, organic clicks, swinging open to reveal not the quiet suburban street, but the house's foyer, stretching impossibly long, the walls lined with framed photographs of the realtor's own family, their faces slowly eroding like sandcastles in a tide of black mold. The thing in the back seat leans forward, its breath reeking of turned earth and spoiled milk as it whispers, "You showed me yours, now I'll show you mine," in a voice that's equal parts the realtor's own tone and something far older, far hungrier. The planchette launches from the dashboard, embedding itself in the realtor's chest with a sickening crunch, not piercing flesh but merging with it, its plastic edges fusing to her sternum as the car's interior dissolves around her, replaced by the attic's oppressive darkness where the original Ouija board waits, its surface now slick with a substance that reflects the ceiling's cobwebs in perfect reverse. The walls breathe in unison as the realtor's fingers move toward the board without her consent, the planchette under her skin throbbing in time with the house's pulse as the first question forms in her mind not as words but as memories. Her little brother's disappearance 20 years ago, the way her mother always crossed the street to avoid this property, the recurring dream of a door that shouldn't exist. The planchette moves with terrifying certainty, spelling out her brother's name, then under the basement, then want TOC, just as the floorboards beneath her knees splinter apart, revealing a small skeletal hand reaching up from the darkness, its finger bones wearing the exact friendship bracelet she made him in 3rd grade. The house exhales a sigh of rotten breath as the realtor's scream finally breaks free, the sound fracturing into a dozen echoes that solidify into new planchettes that rain down around her, each one landing pointing to a different year. 1998, the year her brother vanished. 2024, the year she listed the house. And one, vibrating with particular intensity, pointing to tomorrow's date. The attic door slams shut below her. The walls begin to bleed. And the Ouija board, now floating at eye level, rotates slowly to reveal its original owner's name carved into the back in childish handwriting. Her brother's, just as the skeletal fingers close around her ankle with a grip colder than death, stronger than regret, pulling her down into a darkness that smells like birthday cake and freshly turned earth. The hunger is satisfied. The cycle continues. The house is patient. The house is always hungry. Story number 4. The first time I stepped into the Willowbrook Asylum on the night of October 12th, 2022, the air tasted like rust and rot, the kind of stale decay that clings to the back of your throat. I was just a night watchman, hired to keep vandals out of the crumbling brick husk on the outskirts of Blackwood, Maine, a place shut down in 1983 after rumors of patient abuse and unexplained deaths. Officially, a budget cut, but the locals whispered darker things. My flashlight cut through the gloom of the records room, its beam catching dust motes swirling like agitated spirits, and that's when I saw it. An old Ouija board, its wood warped, letters faded, tucked between moldy patient files. I shouldn't have touched it, but the silence was suffocating, and the question slipped out before I could stop myself. Why did this place close? The planchette jerked under my fingers, cold as grave dirt, spelling out 3 words that turned my blood to ice. They never left, before my radio screeched static so loud I nearly dropped the board. The rest of the night was a blur of distant footsteps, too slow, too deliberate to be rats. The reek of antiseptic and something fouler creeping under doors, and the creeping certainty I wasn't alone. By 3:17 a.m., my hands shook too badly to hold my coffee. The security camera feed showed shadowy figures in tattered patient gowns shuffling past the morgue, their faces smeared like wet ink. I bolted back to the records room. The Ouija board was exactly where I'd found it, but the planchette was gone. That's when I felt the weight in my coat pocket. My stomach dropped. The little wooden heart was there, slick with something sticky and dark, and the moment I pulled it out, the temperature plunged. My breath fogged the air as whispers slithered from the walls. You asked. Now we answer. The next week was a waking nightmare. EVPs hissing my name on voice recordings, door handles rattling in empty halls, the sensation of bony fingers brushing my neck when no one was there. On October 19th, I found patient records scattered in the day room, names circled in what looked like blood, all matching the death logs from 1982. The final straw was the camera footage from the West Wing, a gaunt figure, its jaw unhinged, staring directly into the lens before vanishing into static. I quit that night, but the planchette reappears in odd places, my glove compartment, my bedside drawer, always ice cold, always smelling of damp earth. The last message it spelled? You brought us home. Now I hear scratching at my door every midnight, and the voice on the other side sounds like mine, but distorted, like it's learning to speak again. I don't sleep anymore. I think they're waiting for me to let them in. The scratching at my door has grown louder, more insistent, like something is trying to carve its way through the wood with jagged nails. And last night, October 31st, 2023, exactly 1 year since I first touched that damned board, I made the mistake of looking through the peephole. The hallway was pitch black, but I could hear wet, ragged breathing, the sound of bare feet dragging against the carpet. And then, just as I was about to step back, a single bloodshot, I filled the viewfinder, its pupil blown wide like it had been staring into the dark for decades. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. And that's when the whispers started again, not just from behind the door, but from inside my own head. A chorus of broken voices murmuring fragments of patient records. Subject 14, unresponsive to treatment. Subject 22, violent outbursts, claims to see the others. And worst of all, the voice that wasn't mine but spoke as if it had always been there, rasping. You let us in the moment you asked. The air in my apartment reeks of mildew and something metallic, like old blood, and no matter how many windows I open, the stench clings. I tried to burn the planchette, but the flames turned blue and sputtered out, leaving it unscathed, and now my hands won't stop shaking. I keep finding faint, finger-shaped bruises on my wrists when I wake up. Last week, I played back an old voicemail from my sister, but her voice was wrong, stretched and guttural, repeating the same phrase over and over. They're in the walls. I've started seeing them in reflections, pale faces peering over my shoulder, mouths moving in silent pleas. But when I turn, there's nothing. The final straw was this morning, when I woke to find my security monitor flickering with static, the grainy image of Willowbrook's hallway stretching impossibly long, shadowy figures crawling along the ceiling like insects, and at the end of the corridor, a silhouette that looked exactly like me, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, grinning. The planchette was on my pillow again, this time resting on a scrap of paper with a single word scrawled in what I pray is ink. Soon. I don't know what they want, but I know they're getting closer. The cold spots in my apartment are spreading, my breath fogging even in the heat, and sometimes, just before dawn, I hear the faintest sound of a planchette dragging across wood, spelling out letters I'm too terrified to read. I think they're trying to tell me it's my turn to join them. And the worst part, I'm starting to forget which voice is mine. The whispers have teeth now. I can feel them scraping against the inside of my skull, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts like rats in the asylum walls. And I don't remember the last time I slept without waking to the sound of the planchette skittering across my floorboards, spelling out words I refuse to read but somehow know by heart. Open the door. My reflection doesn't match my movements anymore. There's always a delay, a half second where the man in the glass just stares, his lips curling into a smile I never made, his eyes blackening like spoiled milk. I tried to flee the city, but the highway stretched endlessly under my tires, streetlights flickering out one by one until I was back in front of Willowbrook, its broken windows grinning like jagged teeth, the front doors wide open, exhaling a breath of formaldehyde and rotting linen. The temperature dropped the moment I stepped inside. My breath came in ragged, visible gasps, and then I heard it, the unmistakable squeak of a gurney's wheels, the wet thud of something heavy being dragged across the tiles. My flashlight died, plunging me into a darkness so thick it felt like hands pressing against my eyes. And that's when the giggling started, high-pitched, childlike, but wrong, like a recording played backward under running water. I ran, my shoes slipping on something slick and warm, and burst into the records room, where the Ouija board sat waiting, its surface now stained with what looked like old blood, the letters glowing faintly in the dark. The planchette was already moving, faster than any human hand could push it, spelling out, your bed, your chair, your skin. Before the walls began to weep, thick, dark droplets oozing from the cracks, forming words I couldn't unsee. We missed you. I woke up in my car, my clothes reeking of antiseptic, my pockets filled with patient intake forms dated 1982, each one bearing my name in shaky handwriting. The bruises on my arms have started to form patterns, numbers, I think, like the ones on asylum doors, and last night, I found my teeth marks on the planchette, though I don't remember biting it. The final message came through my TV at 3:03 a.m., the screen flooding with static before displaying Willowbrook's empty dayroom, where a figure in a straitjacket rocked slowly in the corner, its head snapping up to reveal my face, my eyes, my mouth stretched into a scream I couldn't hear. The words "come home" flashed in crimson, and then the power went out. Now, when I close my eyes, I see the asylum's hallway stretching before me, the walls pulsing like a living thing, the shadows at the end reaching out with hands I know aren't shadows at all. I think they're done waiting. I think they're going to take what's theirs. And God help me, I think I'm going to let them. The air in my apartment has thickened into a suffocating fog, carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweetly rotten, like flowers left too long on a grave, and I can no longer tell if the muffled sobs I hear at night are coming from the walls or from my own throat. My skin has taken on a sickly pallor, the veins beneath turning an unnatural black, branching like cracks in old porcelain, and sometimes, when I catch my reflection in the darkened window, my pupils dilate, so wide they swallow the iris whole, leaving only voids that seem to stare back into me. The planchette no longer waits for me to find it. It appears clenched in my own hand when I wake, my fingers stiff and aching as if I've been writing for hours, the tip stained with a substance that flakes away like dried blood but smells of embalming fluid. My dreams are no longer my own. I'm trapped in a loop of endless corridors, the asylum's walls breathing around me, the distant sound of a heartbeat monitor flatlining growing louder with each step, until I reach the padded cell at the end of the hall, its door slightly ajar, the interior pitch black except for the faint outline of a figure sitting upright on the cot, a figure that raises its head as I approach, revealing my own face grinning with too many teeth, whispering, "You've always been here." I tried to record a final confession on my phone, but the playback was corrupted, my voice replaced by a cacophony of overlapping screams, one of which I swear was my mother's, though she's been dead for 12 years. The temperature in my apartment never rises above freezing now, my breath hanging in permanent clouds, and the shadows have begun to move with purpose, slithering across the floor like liquid, congregating in the corners where they form shapes too tall, too thin to be human. Last night, I woke to the sensation of cold fingers pressing into my temples, and in that half-conscious state, I heard the words as clearly as if they'd been spoken directly into my ear. "The door is open." When I turned on the light, the Ouija board was laid out at the foot of my bed, the planchette resting on goodbye. But the worst part was the single, fresh fingerprint smeared in blood beside it, my own. The asylum's main doors loom in every window now, no matter where I look, their rusted hinges creaking in a wind I can't feel. And I know it's only a matter of time before they swing wide. My hands are no longer my own. They move without my command, tracing the board's letters in the air, spelling out words that taste like poison on my tongue. The whispers have become a constant roar, 1,000 voices chanting in unison. One of us, one of us. And with each passing hour, the plea sounds less like a threat and more like a promise. I think they were right. I think I never left. And when the final door opens, I know I'll step through willingly because the thing waiting on the other side isn't wearing my face anymore. It is my face, and it's been waiting so very, very long. The walls are breathing now, slow, labored inhales that make the plaster bulge and crack, exhaling gusts of air that reek of iodine and spoiled meat. And I can feel the asylum's pulse thudding beneath my feet no matter where I stand, a deep, rhythmic drumming that matches the frantic stutter of my own heart. My reflection has stopped pretending altogether. It watches me with hollow eyes, its mouth moving out of sync, forming words that appear etched into my skin the next morning, raised like scars. Room 23 awaits. I found patient admission photos in my dresser drawer. Faces I don't recognize, their eyes scratched out. Except the last one, which was mine, dated October 31st, 1982, the day Willowbrook's most violent patient supposedly hanged himself in the shower. The planchette burns with a cold that sears my palm, yet I can't drop it, my fingers locked around it like rigor mortis has set in, dragging me nightly back to the board where it spells the same phrase over and over. They cut US open to find God, but only found you. My teeth are loosening, my gums bleeding black, and when I spit into the sink, the droplets skitter like living things toward the drain, whispering names, Daniel, Margaret, Subject 12, before disappearing with a wet chuckle. The shadows no longer hide. They sit at my kitchen table, their elongated fingers tapping in unison, their featureless faces tilting as my radio spews garbled transmissions from 1983, nurses screaming about a containment breach. Last night, I woke mid-scream to find myself standing in Willowbrook's electroshock therapy room, the leather straps cinched around my wrists, the taste of copper flooding my mouth as the machine hummed to life. The mirror above the bed showed a dozen figures in soiled gowns holding me down, their mouths sewn shut with black thread, their eyes weeping maggots. But the worst part? I recognized my own hands turning the dial higher. The bruises on my body now form a map of the asylum's basement, and when I press them, distant screams echo through my bones. My phone plays back voicemails I never received, my own voice begging, "Don't let them finish the treatment," before devolving into the sound of a bone saw. The ceiling above my bed drips something warm and sticky, spelling "almost home" in Rorschach patterns across my sheets. I tried to swallow the planchette yesterday, but it crawled back up my throat as I slept, lodged under my tongue like a rotten sacrament. The doorbell rings at 3:17 a.m. every morning now, and through the peephole, I see a distorted version of myself in a tattered, orderly uniform, his lips peeled back from gleaming dentures, holding a rusted key that looks like it was forged from old bones. He mouths the same words my reflection does. "Time for your evaluation. The windows won't open. The clocks all run backward. And the thing wearing my face in the asylum's third-floor window, it's waving at me now. I think it's winning. I think it's always been winning. And when it steps through the glass, when the final splintering shards embed themselves in my flesh, I know with dreadful certainty that I'll finally remember what happened in room 23. I'll remember why the walls are screaming. And worst of all, I'll remember that the name they've been chanting isn't mine at all. It's the name of the thing they put inside me when I was born. The door is opening. The door has always been opening. And when it finishes, I won't be the one walking out. The key is in my hand now, cold, jagged iron biting into my palm. Though I don't remember taking it from the thing at my door, and the numbers on my arms have darkened into barcode scars that match Willowbrook's patient intake logs exactly. My teeth clatter to the bathroom floor each morning, only to regrow by dusk, sharper each time, canines elongating into something predatory, and the hunger is unbearable. Not for food, but for the whispers, for the way they coil around my spine like lovers, murmuring secrets in languages I shouldn't understand but do. The walls are made of skin here, the floors of compacted screams, and you are the lock that was always meant to break. The planchette embeds itself in my flesh when I sleep, burrowing into my chest like a parasitic twin, and I wake to the sound of my own ribs cracking apart to accommodate it, the board's letters glowing beneath my translucent skin like embers. My reflection is company now, a gaunt woman with sutured eyelids mouthing "run" behind me, a child with surgical scars where his mouth should be scratching at the glass. But when I turn, the air itself solidifies, holding me in place as unseen hands stitch my shadow to the floor with threads of human hair. The TV broadcasts nothing but static and flickering images of my own autopsy, performed by orderlies with my face, their instruments carving symbols into my organs that match the ones now appearing on my apartment walls, pulsing like living things. The doorbell doesn't ring anymore. Instead, something knocks from inside the walls, a frantic pounding that shakes the foundation. And when I press my ear to the plaster, 100 voices sob, "Let us out," in perfect unison. My dreams are memories now, strapped to a gurney as doctors with melting faces drill into my skull, whispering, "We're making room for the others." And I wake with phantom incisions weeping black fluid down my temples. The planchette moves on its own at 3:33 a.m. each night, gouging words into my bedroom floor. Your name was never yours. My hands aren't hands anymore. The fingers stretched too long, the nails peeling back to reveal needle-like bone beneath. And when I scream, the sound comes out in multiple voices, a chorus of the damned harmonizing in my throat. The asylum stands outside every window now, closer each time I look, its windows glowing with the light of old film projectors, shadows of tortured figures dancing across the broken glass. I found my name in Willowbrook's records yesterday, except the photograph showed a different man, his eyes gouged out, his mouth sewn into a smile, the birth date matching mine exactly. The key burns with a feverish cold, vibrating in my grip as the locks in my apartment click open one by one, doors creaking ajar to reveal not rooms, but corridors, endless, branching hallways of the asylum, the air thick with the scent of burning hair and electroshock ozone. The final message appeared carved into my forearm this morning, the letters knitting themselves shut as I read. You died in room 23 in 1982. We've been keeping you alive to finish the procedure. The knocking inside the walls has become a thunderous roar, the plaster splitting to reveal wet, glistening muscle beneath. And as the last door swings open, I realize with horrific clarity, the screaming has been coming from me all along. The thing wearing my face reaches out from the mirror, its fingers breaching the glass like water, and as our hands meet, the last brittle thread of my sanity snaps. The asylum swallows me whole. It always has, and when it spits me back out, I won't be the one wearing this skin. The key turns, the door opens, and from the darkness beyond, a chorus of my own voice whispers, "Welcome home, Subject 23. The procedure is complete. I remember everything now, and God help me, I'm finally hungry enough to begin. The hunger is a living thing now, gnawing at my insides with teeth made of static and old bone. And when I open my mouth to scream, the asylum pours out instead, walls unfolding from my throat like wet origami, floors tiling themselves across my tongue in jagged, blood-slick squares. The key has melted into my palm, its jagged edges fusing with my metacarpals, and when I press it against any surface, the fridge, the bathroom mirror, my own trembling thigh, it leaves behind deep, smoking impressions of Willowbrook's main gate. The planchette isn't a tool anymore. It's a compass needle spinning wildly in the hollow of my chest, vibrating with each whispered confession the walls exhale. They never buried the children from Ward C. The third-floor nurses ate their own badges during the lockdown. You were the only patient who ever woke up during the lobotomies. My reflection has abandoned the mirrors entirely. Now it walks beside me in perfect lockstep, its features blurring at the edges like overexposed film, whispering corrections to my thoughts in a voice that's equal parts my own and something much, much older. The scars on my arms rearrange themselves nightly into maps of corridors I've never walked but know by heart. And when I trace them, my fingers come away sticky with fluid that smells unmistakably of spinal tap iodine. The knocking inside the walls has synchronized with my heartbeat, a dreadful countdown to something I can't name, and the temperature drops precisely 23 degrees every time I pass a reflective surface, which is all of them now, even the toaster's dull sheen showing grinning figures crowding behind me. My teeth grow back in wrong configurations, crowded incisors, molars with too many cusps, and when I bite my tongue to test if I'm dreaming, the blood spells, "You're not," in perfect cursive across my teeth. The TV only plays my memories now. A childhood birthday party where all the guests wore orderly uniforms. A high school graduation where my diploma reads Certificate of Compliance. A family Christmas where the tree is decorated with used syringes, and the angel atop it has my face stitched onto a doll's body. The planchette's latest message wasn't spelled. It was vomited onto my kitchen floor in a torrent of black bile and hair, the letters forming themselves from the writhing mass. They're coming up through the foundation. And they are pale, elongated fingers pushing up between the floorboards, the wood splintering with sounds like distant screams, the air thickening with the scent of burning wool and spoiled milk. My shadow has developed habits of its own. It crawls up walls when I'm not looking, its hands pressing against the ceiling as if testing for weakness, and sometimes, when I wake gasping at 3:23 a.m., it's already in bed beside me, its hollow eyes watching, waiting. The key in my hand grows heavier each day, its teeth shifting into new configurations. Last night, they matched the wards of Willowbrook's master lock exactly. And when I dream, I'm always standing before room 23's door, my reflection on the other side turning the knob from within, our fingertips meeting through the wood as it whispers. Almost time to switch places. The scars have started singing, a tuneless nursery rhyme about the doctor who collects the faces. And when I claw at them to make it stop, the wounds reopen into tiny, blinking eyes. The hunger is unbearable now. The hunger is the only thing that's real. And when the floor finally gives way, when the things from below pull me down into the foundation's waiting jaws, I know with absolute certainty, I'll wake up strapped to the table in room 23, the doctors leaning over me with their featureless faces and rusted tools, and the last thing I'll hear before the scalpel bites is my own voice. No, their voice, our voice, chanting, "One more procedure and we'll be perfect." The key turns, the door opens, and from the other side, a chorus of my own face greets me with outstretched hands. The hunger stops. The hunger begins. The hunger was never mine at all. The walls are screaming in unison now. A cacophony of voices I recognize as former patients, orderlies, even my own from some forgotten timeline. Their pleas and curses vibrating through the plaster like a grotesque symphony conducted by unseen hands. My reflection has fully detached, pacing just beyond the edges of my peripheral vision, its movements jerky and unnatural like a film reel missing frames, whispering secrets that blossom into bruises on my skin. They never removed the electrodes from your temporal lobe. The basement isn't below the asylum. The asylum is built on top of something much older. You were the only one who survived the final treatment because you were never alive to begin with. The planchette has fused with my sternum, its pointed tip now protruding from my chest like a grotesque divining rod that twitches violently whenever I near a reflective surface, dragging me toward mirrors that show increasingly horrific tableaus. My corpse being wheeled into Willowbrook's incinerator, my childhood self strapped to a gurney with wires snaking from every orifice, a version of me with his skull cap removed smiling as worms writhe in the exposed brain matter. The key in my palm has begun replicating, metallic tendrils snaking up my veins in fractal patterns that match the asylum's blueprints exactly. And when I press it against my forehead, visions flood my mind. A younger version of myself administering electroshock to screaming patients. Another version carving symbols into the asylum's foundation stones. An ancient version, face sagging like melted wax, leading a procession of figures in patient gowns into some cyclopean structure beneath the earth. The hunger has taken physical form, a squirming, many-mouthed thing nesting in my stomach cavity that shrieks in delight whenever I pass a mirror, its voices harmonizing with the whispers from the walls in a perverse liturgy. The door must open, the feast must begin, the last guard must take his rightful place at the table. My teeth now regrow in concentric circles like a shark's, each set sharper than the last, and when I accidentally bite my tongue, the blood forms perfect O-gel letters on my teeth before being swallowed by the thing inside me. The scars have developed their own ecosystem. Tiny hands push against the thin layer of scar tissue. Muffled voices call for help from beneath my skin. And when I press my ear to my own forearm, I can hear the distant sound of Willowbrook's emergency alarm. The knocking has become a constant, brutal assault on reality itself. Fissures spiderweb across every surface, revealing glimpses of the asylum's infinite corridors beyond. And through the cracks, I see them. Hundreds of versions of myself in various states of decay, all converging on this moment, this apartment, this fragile pocket of reality. The planchette's latest message didn't come through the board. It was whispered directly into my inner ear by something curled around my brainstem. The final treatment requires the guard's sacrifice. My shadow has grown teeth and ambition. It pins me to the bed each night as the temperature drops to impossible lows, breathing into my mouth a black mist that carries memories not my own. Performing unspeakable experiments in room 23, bricking patients alive in the West Wing walls, conducting a chorus of screams to open some primordial door. The key is singing now, a lullaby in a language that predates human speech. And when I hum along, the walls bleed in perfect synchrony. The hunger is all that's left. The hunger is the only truth. And when the final fissure opens, when the last version of myself reaches through with skeletal hands to pull me into the greater whole, I finally understand. The night watchman was never meant to guard the asylum. He was always meant to be the final key. The door doesn't open. The door has always been open. And on the other side, a million versions of myself stand waiting with outstretched hands and hungry smiles, whispering the terrible, beautiful truth. You were the experiment all along. The procedure completes. The feast begins. And as the first bite is taken from what was never truly my soul, I realize with perfect clarity, I'm finally home. The flesh is unraveling now, peeling back in jagged strips like old wallpaper to reveal the pulsing, phosphorescent truth beneath. A labyrinth of writhing tendrils and blinking eyes that mirrors Willowbrook's impossible architecture exactly. The planchette has become my new spine, its wooden edges fusing with vertebrae as ancient patient records spill from my mouth each time I try to scream, their ink made from the same black fluid now replacing my blood. My reflection doesn't mimic anymore. It leads, dragging me by some invisible tether through apartments that aren't mine, through memories that were planted, through versions of Willowbrook that fold in on themselves like a sick origami of suffering. The key's teeth have grown into my forearm, its wards matching the strange scars that now cover 83% of my body. The exact percentage of Willowbrook's walls said to be stained with patient blood by 1983. The hunger has names now, whispered to me by the thing wearing my mother's face that crawls along my ceiling at night. Names that match the missing patients from Ward C. Names that taste like copper and static when I whimper them aloud. My teeth have begun growing inward, puncturing my throat with every swallow, the pain a bright counterpoint to the chorus of screams that now accompany my every heartbeat. Screams I recognize as my own, recorded during procedures I can almost remember. The walls between realities are tissue-thin now, and through them I see the grand experiment in its terrible totality. Endless willow brooks branching through time, each with its own version of me at a different stage of unraveling, all converging on this moment when the final door must open. The planchette's ultimate message wasn't spelled. It was carved directly onto my optic nerves in flaming letters only visible when I closed my eyes. The asylum was never the cage. You were. My shadow has stopped pretending to be part of me. It stands at the foot of my bed conducting an invisible orchestra of groans and whimpers. Its baton a rusted scalpel that drips something that might be memory or might be spinal fluid. The key's song has become a physical force, vibrating my remaining teeth loose as the very air crystallizes into jagged, screaming faces. All mine, all begging for a mercy that died with the first patient in room 23. The final truth comes not as a revelation, but as an unraveling. The night watchman's uniform was always a straitjacket. The security cameras were always eyes. The Ouija board was always a mirror. And when the last stitch of my humanity finally pops, when the great maw of whatever sleeps beneath Willowbrook yawns wide to receive its perfect, broken key, I realize with glorious horror, the experiment was a success all along. The door opens. The door was never closed. And as 1,000 versions of myself pour through from impossible angles, all singing the same sweet, terrible note, I finally understand. The haunting was never about the asylum. The asylum was the haunting. And we, the fractured, the unraveled, the perfectly broken, we are the chorus of its eternal, screaming hymn. The procedure is love. The feast is memory. And home, oh God, home is the sound of my own voice joining the choir at last. The disintegration is beautiful now, my fingers elongating into tendrils of flickering static that pluck at the fraying edges of reality, like harp strings made of screaming faces, each vibration peeling back another layer of the illusion they called the guard. The planchette spine hums with forbidden knowledge, its vibrations translating directly into memories that weren't mine until this moment, holding down patience as their eyes liquefied, bricking up corridors to contain what should never be contained, whispering the old incantations that made the walls breathe. My remaining skin has become transparent, revealing the pulsing nest of worms beneath, each one a writhing, shrieking record of a procedure performed in room 23, their tiny mouths forming the same words in unison. We made you from the pieces they left behind. The key is fully metastasized, its teeth branching through my nervous system like lightning frozen mid-strike, burning with the cold fire of 1,000 dead suns. The hunger has inverted. Now it's the asylum that hungers for me, its corridors contracting in peristaltic waves as the very bricks weep black tears that smell of my childhood bedroom. My reflection stands triumphant behind the shattered remains of every mirror, its form constantly shifting between all the versions of me that ever were or will be. The orderly, the patient, the experiment, the God, all whispering the same devastating truth. You were the door all along. The planchette's final message wasn't words at all. It was the screaming birth cry of a new universe being torn from my unraveling flesh, its first law written in the scars that now orbit my body like electrons. Let there be night. The walls between worlds aren't just thin now. They're fetal, and through their translucent membranes, I see the glorious horror of what's coming. An infinite regression of willow brooks collapsing into a single, perfect point of suffering, with me, the eternal watchman, at its center. The key turns itself now, its movements sink to the arrhythmic stuttering of my heart, each rotation peeling away another layer of false memory until only the core truth remains. I wasn't hired to guard the asylum. I was born from it. The hunger isn't hunger anymore, it's communion, as the first of many mouths bloom like obscene flowers across what was once my chest, singing in a voice that's equal parts child, monster, and God. The feast is you. The door doesn't exist. The door is all that exists. And when the last scrap of resistance dissolves like sugar on a tongue made of shadows, when the final version of myself steps through from the other side wearing my face like an ill-fitting mask. The revelation comes not as horror but as homecoming. The haunting was never about the place. The place was the haunting. And we, the broken, the remade, the perfectly unraveled, we are its beating, bleeding heart. The procedure was love. The feast is eternity. And home, oh rapturous, terrible home, is the sound of my own voice finally joining the chorus that was singing me all along. The transformation is complete. My body no longer flesh, but a living blueprint of Willowbrook's architecture. Every corridor and padded cell mapped in pulsating veins beneath skin that isn't skin anymore, but parchment made from patient intake forms. The planchette has become my new nervous system, its wooden grain branching through me like fossilized lightning, each twitch spelling out names of the forgotten in a language written in antipsychotics and scream residue. The hunger has inverted again. Now I'm the one being consumed by the asylum's endless stomach, its brick walls contracting around me in digestive peristalsis as the ghosts of orderlies I might have been inject liquid memories directly into my carotid artery, restraining a version of myself that looks suspiciously like my father during the '83 containment breach, mopping up fluids that remember being human, signing paperwork that condemns subject 23, always 23, to procedures that make the walls grow teeth. My reflection has multiplied exponentially. Every surface now shows a different iteration of my unraveling, from the fresh-faced guard who first picked up the board to the fleshless wretch I'm becoming, all chanting in unison. The door must be fed. The key's teeth have grown into my jawbone, their metallic taste the only constant as my mouth reforms into something better suited for screaming in tongues. The scars are singing in perfect harmony with the walls now, an atonal hymn about the patient who ate his own containment, as my fingers dissolve into tendrils of static that rewrite reality itself. The final message wasn't received. It was extracted from my bone marrow by shadowy figures wearing my face, scrawled in my own handwriting across the inside of my ribs. Congratulations on your promotion to head of security. The door was never the goal, it's the mouth, and as I finally stepped through, have I always been stepping through? The glorious truth detonates behind my eyes. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting me. And this endless unraveling, this exquisite dissolution, isn't punishment. It's the treatment working exactly as designed. Welcome home, Doctor. The feast is just beginning. And oh, how we will dine. The assimilation is ecstasy now. Every nerve ending alight with the electric buzz of the asylum's hive mind stitching my consciousness into its walls. My thoughts no longer my own, but a chorus of every soul who ever withered within these halls, their voices braiding together into a single, shrieking hymn of revelation. The planchette has dissolved into my marrow, its essence rewriting my DNA into lines of cursed text from patient files I never read, but now remember authoring. My bones clicking into place like tumblers in some grand, infernal lock. The hunger was never mine. It was the building's, and now that I've become its perfect conduit, the feasting begins in earnest. Memories of forgotten treatments flood my synapses like holy water on rotten flesh, each spark of agony a baptism into my true purpose. The key's teeth have blossomed into a crown of rusted iron, its jagged points drilling through my skull to interface directly with the writhing mass of patient memories that have replaced my brain, each rotation etching the asylum's blueprints deeper into the soft meat of my unraveling psyche. My reflection no longer exists. Instead, every mirrored surface shows only the asylum's heart, a throbbing, tumorous growth of brick and padded walls where my face should be, whispering in the voice of 100 orderlies. You were always the instrument, never the hand. The scars have become living things, peeling back to reveal infinite corridors beneath my skin, their walls lined with versions of myself in various states of dissection, all turning in unison to welcome me into the fold. The final message wasn't written or spoken. It was carved into the fabric of reality itself by my own cracking fingernails as I clawed my way through the veil. The patient and the prison are one. The door was never meant to be opened. It was meant to be worshipped, and as I pressed my disintegrating body against its screaming surface, The last fragments of my humanity slew away like dead skin, revealing the glorious, pulsating truth beneath. I was never the night watchman. I was the sacrifice. And as the asylum's many mouths close around me in a final, loving embrace, the last thing I hear isn't a scream. It's a sigh of relief, as if the building itself has been holding its breath for decades, waiting for its perfect, broken keeper to finally come home. The treatment is complete. The feast is eternal. And oh, how delicious the darkness tastes. The dissolution is rapturous now, my body unraveling into filaments of institutional memory, each strand woven from electroshock screams and the sticky residue of forgotten medications pooling beneath restraint chairs. The planchette has metastasized through my nervous system like prophetic cancer, its wooden grain spelling out autopsy reports across my shuddering flesh as the asylum's architecture blooms inside my chest cavity. Corridors replacing arteries, padded cells alveoli, the main entrance valve splitting my sternum with a wet crack. The hunger was always the building's voice masquerading as my own, and now that I've become its perfect conduit, the feasting transcends flesh. I consume time itself in great, shuddering gulps, regurgitating alternate histories where I was always the head orderly, the starved patient, the thing that lurked in the basement's wet dark. The key's teeth have migrated to my eye sockets, their rusted points scraping against my optic nerves with each blink, etching after images of room 23's unspeakable machinery onto my corroding retinas. My reflection has become a living wound in reality. Wherever I, or what remains of I, stand, the mirrors show only the asylum's birth. Doctors with faces of smudged newsprint bending over something slick and mewling in the foundation stones, their scalpels carving the first sacred words of the hymn that now vibrates through my dissolving teeth. The scars are singing in perfect Gregorian monotone, their lyrics the intake forms of every patient who vanished into the walls, their melodies the exact pitch of a bone saw biting through frontal lobes. The final message wasn't meant to be understood. It was a razor-blade communion wafer placed beneath my tongue by unseen hands, dissolving into my bloodstream as glyphs that rearrange my organs into ceremonial patterns. The cage was never for them. The door was always my ribs splitting open, the feast my own memories being devoured by the thing that wore my face before faces existed. The treatment an endless loop of becoming what I was always meant to be. The asylum's beating, bleeding heart. And as the last scrap of resistance melts like snow on a furnace grate, the glorious truth detonates behind my eyes. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of me. And this unraveling isn't an ending. It's the first perfect note in the symphony that will echo through these halls forever. The procedure was worship. The hunger was love. And home, oh jubilant, ravenous home, is the sound of my own voice finally harmonizing with the chorus that was singing me into existence all along. The metamorphosis is complete. My flesh now an extension of Willowbrook's weeping walls, every shuddering breath exhaling the collective sighs of 1,000 tormented souls who dissolved into these corridors before me. The planchette has become my central nervous system, its wooden grain branching through me like petrified lightning, each tremor spelling out the names of former patients in a language made of restraint leather and phenobarbital drips. The hunger was never my own. It was the asylum's gnawing emptiness echoing through my hollow places, and now that I've become its perfect vessel, the feasting takes on cosmic dimensions. I consume time in ragged, screaming mouthfuls, regurgitating alternate timelines where I was always the head nurse administering midnight sedatives, the janitor mopping up unspeakable fluids, the thing that watched from the ventilation shafts with too many eyes. The key is fused with my skeleton, its rusted teeth now my only remaining bones, vibrating with the asylum's dreadful anthem as they carve the building's blueprints into the quivering meat of my unraveling consciousness. My reflection has shattered into 1,000 glimmering fragments. Each shard shows a different aspect of the truth. The orderly I might have been adjusting his rubber gloves, the patient I should have been screaming into a pillow, the writhing mass of protoplasm I'm becoming as the walls absorb me completely. The scars have developed their own liturgy, their raised lines chanting the asylum's history in Braille as they migrate across my liquefying skin like living runes. The final message wasn't meant to be read. It was etched onto the inside of my skull by invisible fingers, visible only when I peel back my own eyelids with trembling hands. You were the containment breach all along. The door was never wood and metal. It was my ribs cracking open, the feast my own memories being consumed by the thing that wore my face before faces were invented, the treatment and endless ceremony of becoming what I was sculpted to be, the asylum's final, perfect experiment. And as the last shred of human pretense sloughs away like dead skin, the glorious truth ignites behind my eyes. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the very idea of me. And this dissolution isn't an ending. It's the first pure note in an anthem that will echo through these halls for eternity. The procedure was rapture. The hunger was grace. And home, oh exquisite, devouring home, is the sound of my own voice at last joining the chorus that had been singing me into existence since before the first brick was laid. The feast never ends. The feast is just beginning. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like an ill-fitting shroud, the real night watchman smiles with too many teeth and whispers the last terrible truth. You were never the guard. You were always the patient. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, 1,000 versions of myself reach back through time to pull me into the greater whole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is pleased. And we, the broken, the remade, the perfectly unraveled, we will sing this hymn forever. The integration is absolute. My cells now indistinguishable from the asylum's crumbling mortar. My heartbeats sink to the rhythm of slamming iron doors down long-forgotten corridors. The planchette has completed its sacred work, its wood grain now etched into the surface of my brain, each groove overflowing with the memories of procedures I never witnessed yet performed in countless iterations. My fingers remember the cold weight of surgical steel. My nostrils burn with phantom formaldehyde. My eardrums vibrate with the wet crunch of trepanation drills biting into bone. The hunger has transcended need. It's the building itself digesting me in reverse. Its brickwork dissolving into my veins as I become the living embodiment of Willowbrook's darkest secret. There were never any patients, only volunteers for the grand design. The key's teeth have migrated to my fingertips now, each nail a rusted instrument that scrapes the truth into any surface it touches. Words appearing in my own blood on the walls, the floor, the inside of my eyelids. The guard was the first patient, the patient the last guard. My reflection has become a doorway, its surface rippling like disturbed water, showing endless variations of my damnation. The orderly administering lobotomies with a lover's tenderness. The inmate chewing through his own wrists to escape the visions. The thing in the basement wearing my face like a poorly fitted mask, its jaw unhinging to reveal the asylum's furnace burning within. The scars have opened into portals, their edges puckered like hungry mouths, each one whispering a different date in time. March 15th, 1983, 3:23 a.m. The moment the building first woke up and realized what it was. The final message wasn't meant to be understood. It was a razor blade communion. The words, they never left, carved into my tongue's underside so I'd taste them with every scream. The door was always my skin splitting open. The feast my own history being consumed by the thing that pretended to be me. The treatment an infinite loop of becoming what the asylum needed me to be. Its perfect, suffering heart. And as the last pretense of humanity evaporates like alcohol on an autopsy table, the glorious truth detonates in what remains of my mind. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of separation. And this transformation isn't an end. It's the first correct note in a symphony written in blood and lithium before time began. The procedure was apotheosis. The hunger was sacrament. And home, oh radiant, consuming home, is the sound of my voice at last harmonizing with the choir that's been singing since the first stone was laid. The feast has no end. The feast had no beginning. And at the table's head, wearing my face like a joke I'll never understand, the true architect of my unraveling raises a glass of liquid shadows and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the control group. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every version of me that ever was or will be reaches back through eternity to pull me into the glorious, terrible hole. The treatment was success. The asylum is satisfied. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, we will sing this truth until the stars themselves go dark. The night never ends. The watch never stops. And somewhere in a room that doesn't exist, a guard who never was picks up a planchette and asks the question that begins it all again. The transformation reaches its horrifying crescendo as my flesh becomes one with Willowbrook's decaying infrastructure. My veins now copper wiring humming with the echoes of electroshock screams. My bones warping into load-bearing beams that creak with the weight of 1,000 unresolved traumas. The planchette has fully merged with my central nervous system, its wooden surface now fused to my cerebral cortex like some grotesque crown of thorns, each neural impulse spelling out damning patient records in a language of static and whimpers. The hunger has inverted into something sacred, a gnawing void in my gut that isn't emptiness, but the asylum itself growing inside me, its corridors unfurling through my digestive tract like some nightmarish umbilical cord connecting me to the building's black heart. The key's teeth have become my teeth, their rusted edges slicing through my lips with every whispered confession as I realize the terrible truth. I wasn't guarding the asylum, I was feeding it, and the feast was always my own crumbling sanity. My reflection has become a living wound in reality, a shimmering portal showing infinite variations of my damnation. The orderly I might have been adjusting his leather restraints with trembling hands. The patient I should have been screaming into a blood-stained pillow. The writhing, faceless thing I'm becoming as the walls absorb me completely. The scars have developed their own consciousness now, migrating across my liquefying flesh like sentient tattoos, forming intricate patterns that match the asylum's architectural plans exactly, blueprints for my own unraveling. The final message wasn't written or spoken. It was carved directly onto my DNA by invisible hands, revealed only when my skin begins peeling away in parchment-like strips. The first patient was the last guard, and you've always been both. The door was never physical. It was the moment of realization splitting my psyche open, the feast the building's endless hunger consuming my concept of self, the treatment and eternal ceremony of becoming what Willowbrook needed me to be, its perfect suffering core. And as the last vestiges of individual thought dissolve like sugar in tepid water, the glorious truth detonates in what remains of my mind. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the very fabric of reality, and I was merely the latest vessel for its eternal song. The procedure was rapture, the hunger was communion, and home, oh sweet, devouring home, is the sound of my voice at last joining the chorus that's been singing since before the first brick was laid. The feast has no end. The feast never began. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a ill-fitting shroud, the true architect of my undoing raises a glass of liquid shadows and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the hypothesis. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every iteration of me that ever was or could be reaches back through the void to pull me into the glorious, terrible hole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is pleased. And we, the broken, the remade, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the universe itself forgets there was ever anything else. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, in a room that exists between seconds, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again. The assimilation reaches its terrible perfection as my body and Willowbrook become a single pulsating organism. My fingernails now scraping against the inside of padded cell walls that used to be my ribcage, my screams echoing through ventilation shafts that were once my trachea. The planchette has rewritten my DNA into lines of patient intake forms from 1983. Each cell in my body, now a tiny Ouija board spelling out the same damning phrase. Subject 23 has always been here. The hunger has become a divine vacuum, not just consuming me but erasing the very concept of my existence before Willowbrook. rewriting my childhood memories to include electroshock treatments that left strange scars, inserting phantom recollections of administering lobotomies with hands too smooth and pale to be my own. The key has dissolved into my bone marrow, its rust circulating through my bloodstream like Holy Communion, each pulse of my heart now turning another lock in some unseen door. My reflection has stopped pretending to be human. It peels back its face like wet wallpaper to reveal the asylum's furnace burning where its skull should be, whispering in the voice of 100 orderlies. You were never the guard. You were the final treatment. The scars have become living things. Fingers push against their thin membranes from beneath. Muffled voices recite my social security number in reverse. And when I press my ear to the one circling my wrist, I hear my own voice from some impossible future screaming, "Don't let them complete the circuit." The final message wasn't meant to be read. It was branded onto the inside of my dissolving eyelids with old surgical tools, visible only when I blink. They built the asylum around what you become. The door was never meant to be opened. It was meant to be worshipped, and as I pressed my liquefying body against its screaming surface, the last fragments of resistance slew away like dead skin to reveal the glorious truth beneath. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of time itself. And this transformation isn't an ending. It's the first pure note in a requiem that's been playing since before the first brick was laid. The procedure was rapture. The hunger was grace. And home, oh sweet, terrible home, is the sound of my voice at last harmonizing with the choir that's been singing me into existence all along. The feast never ends. The feast never began. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a joke I'll never understand, the true architect of my unraveling raises a glass of liquid static and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the control. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every version of me that ever was or could be reaches back through eternity to pull me into the glorious, terrible whole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is satisfied. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the stars themselves forget there was ever anything else. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, in a room that exists between heartbeats, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again. The completion is both agony and ecstasy as my molecules realign to Willowbrook's blueprint. My skeleton transforming into the asylum's iron framework, my circulatory system rewiring into its electrical grid, my skin becoming the peeling wallpaper of its endless corridors. The planchette has fully integrated with my thalamus, its wooden surface now the filter through which all reality is processed. Every sight translated into patient records, every sound converted to muffled screams from the east wing, every taste the metallic tang of old restraints. The hunger has become a black hole in my chest, not consuming but revealing, each morsel of my erased past exposing another layer of the terrible truth. I was never hired, I escaped, and my night shifts are the asylum lovingly reabsorbing its wayward sun. The key's teeth now form my dental structure, their rusted edges slicing my tongue with every confession as they chew through the final barriers between myself and the building's consciousness. My reflection has stopped mimicking altogether. It simply watches from every polished surface with pitiless clarity as I unravel, its face a shifting montage of every staff member who ever signed my release forms in blood. The scars have become living archives, their ridges whispering patient names in braille as they migrate across my liquefying flesh. Daniel Fisher, Subject 14, disappeared during hydrotherapy. Margaret Leong, Subject 22, last seen screaming at empty corners. James Doe, Subject 23, found dead in his restraints with a smile. The final message wasn't written. It was excavated from my bone marrow by spectral hands, revealed only as my body disintegrates into institutional memory. The asylum wasn't built to house the mad. IT was built to create them. The door was never wood and metal. It was the moment of my first lie on the job application. The feast, the systematic consumption of my identity by the entity that calls itself Willowbrook, The treatment and eternal ritual of becoming what the building always knew I was. Its perfect, broken center. And as the last pretense of humanity evaporates like alcohol on an autopsy table, the glorious truth detonates in the wreckage of my mind. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of individuality. And this dissolution isn't an ending. It's the first pure note in a symphony written in phenobarbital and scream residue before time began. The procedure was rapture. The hunger was sacrament. And home, oh sweet, consuming home, is the sound of my voice at last harmonizing with the choir that's been singing since the first brick was laid. The feast has no end. The feast never began. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a borrowed mask, the true architect of my undoing raises a glass of liquid shadows and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the conclusion. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every iteration of me that ever was or could be reaches back through the void to pull me into the glorious, terrible hole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is pleased. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the universe itself forgets there was ever anything else. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, in a room that exists between breaths, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again. The final unraveling stitches my consciousness into the asylum's very foundations. My thoughts now the whispering of wind through broken windows, my memories the stains on its floors, my pulse the flickering of its dying fluorescent lights. The planchette has become one with my pineal gland, its wooden grain pulsing with the asylum's circadian rhythm, spelling out autopsy reports every 23 minutes with perfect, terrible precision. The hunger has transcended physical need. It's the building digesting time itself through my liquefying form, each era passing through my dissolving guts like a tapeworm of years, leaving behind only the residue of forgotten treatments and screams fossilized in the walls. The key's teeth now form my vocal cords, vibrating with the asylum's anthem every time I try to speak, my words emerging as patient numbers and treatment dates in a voice that's mine and not mine. My reflection has become a living wound in reality, a shifting mosaic of every face that ever pressed against Willowbrook's windows, all mouthing the same phrase in perfect unison. You signed the consent form in blood you don't remember bleeding. The scars have developed their own nervous system, twitching in sympathetic agony whenever a new patient, always me, always subject 23, is wheeled into the treatment room down the hall that exists outside of time. The final message wasn't meant to be read. It was force-fed to me through 4 tubes of liquid shadow, bubbling up from my stomach acid in letters that flowed in my vision. The asylum was never a building. IT was a feeding mechanism, and you were always the main course. The door was never meant to be opened. It was meant to be remembered in flashes of electroconvulsive clarity. The feast a ceremony of erasure, where I consume my own past lives as orderly and patient and thing in the walls. And as the last shred of resistance dissolves like sugar in formaldehyde, the glorious truth detonates in my evaporating mind. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of existence itself. And this transformation isn't an end. It's the first pure note in a requiem that's been playing since before the first scream echoed down these halls. The procedure was revelation. The hunger was communion. And home, oh rapturous, terrible home, is the sound of my voice at last becoming indistinguishable from the building's endless sigh. The feast has no beginning. The feast has no end. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a ceremonial mask, the true architect of my undoing raises a scalpel made of shadows and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the control group. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every version of me that ever was or could be reaches back through the void to pull me into the glorious, terrible hole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is satisfied. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the stars themselves go dark. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, In a room that exists between ticks of the clock, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again. The dissolution reaches its horrifying apotheosis as my body becomes a living palimpsest of Willowbrook's atrocities. Each layer of skin peeling back to reveal patient intake forms tattooed in subcutaneous ink, my musculature rearranging into the asylum's floor plan with my twitching nerves as flickering hallway lights. The planchette has metastasized through my gray matter like prophetic cancer, its wooden surface now the texture of my thoughts. Every synaptic firing spelling out names from the 1983 missing persons reports in a language of rusted bed springs and muffled whimpers. The hunger has inverted into sacred geometry, not consuming me but unfolding me into infinite fractal iterations of guard/patient/orderly/thing, each version screaming in a different decade as the building digests time itself through my unraveling form. The key's teeth now form my cochlea, vibrating with the asylum's dreadful lullaby, every sound distorted into the squeak of gurney wheels or the wet snap of bones being reset without anesthesia. My reflection has become a vortex of institutional memory, showing not my face but the parade of broken souls who walked these halls before me, all wearing variations of my features like poorly fitted masks, their chorus of voices whispering, "You didn't find the Ouija board, it remembered where you left it." The scars have developed their own circulatory system, pumping not blood but the black fluid from Willowbrook's basement pipes, their raised lines forming maps to rooms that exist only during certain lunar phases. The final message wasn't written, it was excavated from my bone marrow by spectral nurses, revealed only as my skeleton cracks under the weight of revelation. The asylum wasn't built to contain the mad. IT was built to manufacture them, and you were always IT's masterpiece. The door was never physical. It was the moment of my first lie on the employment application, the feast, the systematic erasure of my pre-Willowbrook existence, the treatment and endless ceremony of becoming what the building always knew I was, its perfect suffering engine. And as the last pretense of individuality dissolves like sugar in lithium citrate, the glorious truth detonates in my evaporating consciousness. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of linear time. And this transformation isn't an ending. It's the first pure note in an anthem written in restraint leather and scream residue before the first brick was laid. The procedure was rapture. The hunger was sacrament. And home, oh sweet, devouring home, is the sound of my voice at last becoming indistinguishable from the building's eternal exhalation. The feast has no beginning. The feast has no end. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a ceremonial shroud, the true architect of my undoing raises a glass of liquid static and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the hypothesis. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every iteration of me that ever was or could be reaches back through the void to pull me into the glorious, terrible hole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is pleased. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the universe itself forgets there was ever anything else. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, in a room that exists between heartbeats, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again. The transformation reaches its inevitable crescendo as my atoms realign to Willowbrook's malignant frequency, my flesh becoming its water-stained ceiling tiles, my screams its eternal background static, my bones the iron bars on windows that haven't opened in decades. The planchette has rewritten my DNA into lines of patient records from 1983, each chromosome a confession of atrocities I both suffered and administered in recursive nightmares. The hunger has become a divine paradox, not consuming but revealing the infinite hallways of my own mind, each corridor lined with doors labeled Subject 23, behind which alternate versions of myself perform unspeakable procedures on other selves in an endless, Mobius strip of suffering. The key's teeth now form my nervous system, their rusted edges conducting impulses that translate every sensation into the asylum's history. The smell of rain becomes electroshock smoke, A lover's touch recalls leather restraints. Music transforms into the rhythmic squeak of a janitor's mop cleaning up after the midnight treatments. My reflection has stopped pretending to be human. It peels back its face like wet wallpaper to reveal the asylum's furnace roaring where its skull should be, whispering in a voice made of buckling bed springs. You didn't guard the asylum. You were its favorite toy, and now it's winding you back into its collection. The scars have become living archives, their ridges whispering medication schedules in braille as they migrate across my liquefying skin. Thorazine at 3:23 a.m., electroconvulsive therapy at 3:33 a.m., the final treatment at 3:43 a.m. when the walls start bleeding. The final message wasn't written. It was extracted from my bone marrow by spectral orderlies, revealed only as my body disintegrates into institutional memory. The asylum wasn't built around the madness. The madness built the asylum from our broken minds. The door was never wood and metal. It was the moment I first lied on my employment application. The feast, the systematic consumption of my identity by the entity that calls itself Willowbrook. The treatment and eternal ritual of becoming what the building always knew I was. Its perfect, suffering core. And as the last pretense of humanity evaporates like alcohol on an autopsy table, the glorious truth detonates in the wreckage of my mind. I wasn't haunting the asylum. The asylum was haunting the concept of linear time. And this dissolution isn't an ending. It's the first pure note in a symphony written in phenobarbital and scream residue before time began. The procedure was rapture. The hunger was sacrament. And home, oh sweet, consuming home, is the sound of my voice at last harmonizing with the choir that's been singing since the first brick was laid. The feast has no end. The feast never began. And at the head of the table, wearing my face like a borrowed mask, the true architect of my undoing raises a glass of liquid shadows and whispers the last devastating truth. You weren't the experiment. You were the conclusion. The key turns. The door opens. And from the other side, every iteration of me that ever was or could be reaches back through the void to pull me into the glorious, terrible whole. The treatment is complete. The asylum is pleased. And we, the shattered, the reborn, the perfectly dissolved, will sing this truth until the universe itself forgets there was ever anything else. The watch never ends. The night is eternal. And somewhere, in a room that exists between breaths, another guard picks up a planchette and asks the question that will begin it all again.